yacu tubaho dushakisha uburyo twabona icyo turya ubwo tugashima Imana. Tubaho rero mu buzima butari bwiza cyane, n'abanyeshuri kugira ngo bige birandushye.
Barumva nadada, nimba numva nazaba umudozi.
Ukuvuga ngo hejo he hazaza binyuze muri Remedial Learning. Ntekereza ko rero muri Remedial Learning bizamukuza yaba ari mu gihagararo ndetse no mu bumenyi bwe, ku buryo azabasha kuba yakwiteza imbere ndetse agateza imbere n'umuryango we. Nko mu myaka 10 iri imbere ubuzima bwe buzaba ari bwiza, kubera ko uyu mushinga n'uzaba wamufashije mu byo uzamufashamo.
Amasomo tumamenya n'ibyo natari nzi n'ibyo niyo nishimira.
Imbogamizi zituma abana bataza ku ishuri, hari imbogamizi ziterwa n'uko hari amakimbirane mu miryango, mu ngo z'iwabo, ikibazo cy'inzara, ikibazo cy'ubukene. Ibyo nibyo bibazo usanga bikunze gukura abana mu ishuri. Mu buzima busanzwe uretse no ku ishuri, ni umwana ubona ufatanya n'umubyeyi we mu mirimo, yaba nko kuvoma amazi, gushaka inkwi.
Imibereho yacu tubaho dushakisha uburyo twabona icyo turya ubwo tugashima Imana. Tubaho rero mu buzima butari bwiza cyane, n'abanyeshuri kugira ngo bige birandushye.
Barumva nadada, nimba numva nazaba umudozi.
Ukuvuga ngo hejo he hazaza binyuze muri Remedial Learning.
Nyuma ya korona iki kigo byaje kugaragara yuko abana ntago batsindaga cyane, ku buryo abarimu ntako batagiraga, ariko imitsindire y'abana bikanga. Biza kurangira twisanze mu bigo bya nyuma na nyuma mu karere, nibwo twaje kubona umushinga witwa SOS. Batubwira ko bafitemo ishami ryitwa Kurumenye. Iyo Kurumenye niyo yaziyemo iyo gahunda, batugenera inyigisho nzamura bushobozi zizadufasha gufasha abo bana. Ibyo rero byaradufashije cyane, ko mu mwaka wakurikiyeho twagize abana bake cyane batsindwa. 2022 ho biza kurangira mu kizamini cya leta nta mwana n'umwe utsinzwe. 2023 na 4 ejo bundi uyu mwaka urangiye, ngo twagize amahirwe tugira abana bari hejuru ya 25 babona orientation bakajya muri
inyigisho nzamura bushobozi. Ni porogaramu yashyizweho yo gufasha abana bafite amanota make ari hasi ya 50. Abarimu babafasha babigisha ku byabananiye, babasobanurira, buri wese avuga ibitamugoye atagira ubwoba ngo baramuseka, bakamusobanurira. Abarimu bamfasha kwiga, niba ari icyo cyongereza nazi ntibacika intege ngo yenda ngo sinzi ibi ngibi ngo kubifata byabagora, bakanyigisha. Nabishimye, n'ababyeyi nagera mu rugo akaba umwanya wo gusubira mu masomo.
Rumwe mu babyeyi bafite umwana ku kigo cy'amashuri angaha baje kuba abo bana badafite amahirwe yo kuba bagira amanota meza ku ishuri. Inama y'ababyeyi iraterana, baduhamagaza kugira ngo tubaze impamvu abarimu bakora uko bashoboye ariko abana bacu ubwenge bukabura. Bati se mu rugo abana mubaha iyihe mirimo ituma ibyo tuba twabahaye niba usubiremo, ati rero mumenye ko abana banyu batiga neza, nimwe mufite urwo ruhare.
Abarimu barahuguwe uburyo bagomba gufata abana, umwarimu akaba inshuti n'umwana, nyine ku buryo umwana yumva ko yasize ababyeyi mu rugo ariko asanze mwarimu ku ishuri. Ibyo rero bigatuma abana bakunda kwiga, ababyeyi nabo babona ukuntu abana bakunze kwiga bakagira ubushake bwo kumenya ese abana bacu kuki bari kwikanyira ku ishuri cyane, habaye iki. Umushinga uradufasha, bahugura ababyeyi, babibutsa inshingano zabo, byaje gufata umurongo mwiza. Ubu rwose Rwagatera iri mu bigo byitwara neza, kuko ugiye no ku rutonde rw'akarere ntabwo hadusanga muri bya bigo bya nyuma nk'aho twabaga.
Byaramfashije cyane kuko niga mu wa gatanu narasibiye ngira amanota 46. Baza kwinjira mu iyi gahunda nzamura ubushobozi bayinsizemo, bakazajya barimo badufasha, nza kugira noneho nza kuzamuka ngira 62.
Abayobozi ku ishuri badutumyeho muri SOS baraduhugura, batuganiza ku bijyanye no kujya mu matsinda yo kwizigama. Dutangira kwizigama ku mafaranga 200. Tuyaguje iyo twizigamye twe ntago amafaranga tuyabika, ahubwo tuyaguza bagenzi bacu bakajya kuyakoresha, ariko banazana n'inyungu za buri kwezi mu itsinda. Nza gufatamo amafaranga 25,000 nguramo inkoko 5 ziri ahangaha, harimo isake imwe n'inkoko ikugazi 4 ziratera. Icyo zengeje izo nkoko ayo mbizetera amagi nkayagurisha, mbona ibikoresho byo kugira by'umwana kujyana ku ishuri bitangoye, ndetse nkanakora
attending the National Sharing and Learning event. I just want to get you settled in, serve some coffee and a snack. We will be kicking off in a few minutes, very few minutes. Our sincere apologies for having started the program late. Do you know who I am going to blame? The organizers of UCI. I will not blame the guests. We will not do that. Let us blame the organizers of UCI. Because of them, people are stuck. They are on their way here, but they are stuck. So we will kick off the event, hoping that they will arrive and find us along the way. Thank you so much for being here. It is a pleasure to see you all, and we're looking forward to an exciting event, a lot of sharing and learning, and generally exchange. Thank you so much. We will be starting in a few minutes. If you have not said hello to the neighbor, please do so. Yeah, please get to know them. distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, friends of SOS Rwanda, academicians, well-wishers, Mwaramutse. Mwaramutse, good morning. It is a pleasure to see you all. I would like to warmly welcome you to this very important gathering of great minds. We have educators, policymakers, development partners. We've got practitioners at this event that is aimed at ensuring that every child in Rwanda has the opportunity to learn, they have an opportunity to progress, and ultimately to succeed. My name is Jackie Lumbasi. It is such a great honor for me to be spending the morning with you, and such an honor for me to be the MC of the day. Now, for years, many learners fell behind for various reasons. There were learners that came from broken homes. There were learners that could just not understand what was being taught. There are other learners that understood but at a slower pace than others or compared to their peers. And then there came COVID-19. And COVID-19 acted as an equalizer. It didn't matter whether somebody was a fast learner. It didn't matter how sharp they were. The disruption was massive and it was global. Rwanda was not an exception. Millions of students across the country were affected. You know, when I remember my primary school days, we had tuition. For some of us who are not A students, we needed help. And so our parents enrolled us in extra classes. This would happen on the weekends or even during school holidays. By the way, during my primary days, I did not enjoy holidays that much. Because I was not a sharp student, my parents ensured I was out there catching up. So we called it tuition then. Today, my nephew who's at a school in Kigali will tell me we're going for catch-up. So they go for catch-up. And it's not because they are daft. No, they don't do the catch-up because they're daft. Today, it could be because COVID-19 disrupted them, or it could just be because the government of Rwanda is taking remedial learning seriously. It's not a side game. It's not something that we're just doing for the sake of doing. The government of Rwanda is prioritizing it, which is such a great thing. During my time in school, it was not a priority. It came from a parent or a school as and when they saw the need. Today, the government sees the need for all the students. And I must give special thanks to SOS Rwanda for having tailored some interventions specifically for vulnerable families and vulnerable children. We could all be here thinking about the children, but then SOS Rwanda specifically looks for those that are vulnerable or in vulnerable situations. So a big thanks to them for these approaches that are specifically tailored for vulnerable families and children. A big thank you to Hempel Foundation for making this event possible. We have some people in the room, a lot of them, but we have a lot of others joining us online. If you have just joined us online for this national sharing event, learning and sharing event, welcome on board. It will be great to hear from you while you're online. If you wish to share a comment as the day goes along, please do so. We will find your comment and we will respond to it. For those of us in the room, let us be as engaged as possible. I love that this is an intimate event. We're going to make sure that we take part actively. If there will be a Q&A session, please let's have those points coming across. Gosh, I have said a lot. We will have the opportunity to reflect on what has been done already, but also an opportunity to share and shape the future of remedial learning. I said I had said a lot. I should have stopped at that point. Unfortunately, I am a talkative person. But at this point, I will stop talking. To officially welcome us to this important event, please join me as I invite SOS Rwanda board member Sonia Kuwimana, who will give her welcome remarks and ensure that we are comfortably settled in. Let's give her a round of applause as she comes forward.
Distinguished guests, Honorable Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Education, agencies, and Rwanda Basic Education Board, development partners, colleagues from civil society, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the board of SOS Children's Village Rwanda, and in particular our chairperson, Dr. Emmanuel Ngezabera, it is my great honor to warmly welcome you to this National Sharing and Learning event. We are deeply grateful for your presence and for the shared commitment you bring to the future of education in Rwanda. Today marks a significant milestone in our journey. Over the past 4 years, together with SOS Children's Village Denmark and the Hempel Foundation, and under the guidance of the Ministry of Education, we have worked hand in hand with children, caregivers, teachers, and communities through the Kura Umenye Remedial Learning Program. What began as a response to visible gaps in foundational learning has evolved into a national dialogue on how to ensure every child acquires the literacy and numeracy skills they need to thrive. The results speak volumes. More than 27,500 children supported, over 480 teachers and facilitators trained, and nearly 27,000 caregivers engaged. These are not just statistics. They represent transformed lives, renewed hope, and reclaimed futures. Today, we are proud to witness the launch of the National Remedial Learning Program Guide, developed in collaboration with the Rwanda Basic Education Board. This guide offers a structured framework for scaling remedial learning intervention nationally. It stands as testament to what is possible when government leadership, development partners, and civil society unite around a shared vision for Rwanda's children. Ladies and gentlemen, as a board, we view this initiative not only as a programmatic success, but as a strategic investment in Rwanda's human capital and resilience. We must ensure that no child is left behind, especially those whose learning was disrupted by the COVID-19 pandemic or by socio-economic challenges. We extend our deepest appreciation to the Ministry of Education, Rwanda Basic Education Board, SOS CV Denmark, the Hempel Foundation, and all partners represented today. Your unwavering collaboration has made this achievement possible. As we look ahead, let this event serve as a platform for knowledge exchange, meaningful dialogue, and renewed commitments. Together, we can strengthen remedial learning as a cornerstone of inclusive and equitable education in Rwanda. With these remarks, I now officially welcome you all to the National Sharing and Learning event, and it is my great honor to invite our guest of honor to deliver the keynote address. Thank you very much.
Mwaramutse. Distinguished leaders, development partners, educators, parents and friends of education, allow me to share the remarks on behalf of the Minister of Education, who would have loved to be with you today, but because of another important engagement, he was not able to make it today. My name is Charles Karache. I'm the Permanent Secretary for the Ministry of Education. On behalf of the Ministry of Education, it is my great honor to welcome you to the National Sharing and Learning event on remedial learning, organized with our partners, SOS Children's Village Rwanda, SOS Denmark, and the Hamper Foundation. Your presence here shows our shared commitment that every child in Rwanda, no matter their background or circumstances, must have the chance to learn, to succeed, and to thrive. Like Jackie mentioned earlier, Rwanda has made great progress in education, especially expanding access, improving quality, and transforming lives. However, we know that some children are still struggling, or those that we call slow learners, because of a number of issues. Remedial learning is one of the best ways to cross this gap. It gives children not just the chance to catch up in the class, but also the confidence to stay in school and the hope to pursue their dreams. Today's gathering is not just about celebrating success. It is also about learning from evidence and best practices, strengthening partnerships among government, NGOs, schools, and parents. It's also about discussing challenges and, most importantly, setting the stage to scale up remedial learning as a central part of our education system. The Ministry of Education is fully committed to invest in teachers and give them the right tools and training to strengthen monitoring and evaluation so that our decisions are evidence-based, and to work with partners to mobilize resources and scale up innovations, ensuring no child is left behind. As we begin today's discussions, I encourage all of us to engage actively, share openly, and think broadly. What we decide here will shape not just classrooms, but the future of Rwanda's education. Ladies and gentlemen, let us approach this day with energy, collaboration, and determination. Together we can ensure that every child who has fallen behind find their way back on track, restoring confidence, dignity, and hope. With these few words, I officially declare the National Sharing and Learning event on remedial learning open. Murakoze.
Let us appreciate the PS once again. And Sonia, who came before him. Let's appreciate her as well. Sonia hopes that this event will be a platform for knowledge sharing, exchange and all. We will need you to be present 100% for that to happen, whether you're in the room or joining us online. Thank you so much. As we move on, we will minimize movements. We will not take those phone calls while we have a speaker in front. And as you heard from the PS, the government of Rwanda will ensure that no child is left behind. I want to believe that that is what we all want to see. All of us present, that is what we want to see, and that what we share here today will shape the future of Rwanda's education. Thank you so much, Bona PS, for those remarks. Now, in 4 years with 3 academic years, SOS Rwanda and partners have made great progress in the implementation of remedial learning. To shed some light on that progress, I now invite Rwanda Basic Education Board Deputy Director General Dr. Flora Mutezigaju. Let's appreciate Dr. Flora as she comes up.
Thank you so much, Jackie. Good morning, everyone. I'm very happy to be with you today and to be part of this running event and sharing event. On behalf of Rwanda Basic Education Board, I want to share some progress of where we are in terms of remedial education program, implementation of the remedial education program. Remedial education program is one of the most effective approach, or one of the most effective program to support learners who are struggling academically. And Rwanda Basic Education Board, we are implementing the remedial education program using 2 different approaches to implement this program. So we are using what we call in-school remedial education program or approach, and after-school remedial education program approach. In-school remedial education program, we are working, of course, with teachers to make sure that they are supporting learners along the way as they go throughout the education program. So this is to make sure that learners who are struggling academically, they are supported timely before maybe they go to after-school remedial education program. So what we do and what we did as Rwanda Basic Education Board was to make sure that in the curriculum and in the scheme of work, we made sure that before teachers move to the unit, the next unit, our curriculum is designed per unit. So if a teacher ends a unit, before he goes to another unit, there's a time in the curriculum and there's a time in the scheme of work dedicated for remedial program or the remedial lesson. So this is to make sure that before a teacher moves to a next unit, he did assessment and find out learners who are struggling and then support them in that particular time. So this is really supporting learners on time before they go to another program, another approach of remedial education program, which you are also implementing, which is after-school remedial program. So in the after-school remedial program, which basically we are doing over the weekend or during the holiday remedial program, this is to support learners who have not been able to meet grade level competence. So as much as we are supporting learners throughout the program and throughout the year, we know that some students, some learners, will not be able to meet grade competence. They will be still a little bit behind. So that is why we have the holiday remedial learning program to support learners who are not able to meet grade level competence. We have been implementing the holiday remedial learning program for the last 2 years. In the last summer holiday, we worked with learners in the foundation grade. These are learners who are in P1, P2, P3. And the result that we have is very positive. Around 65% of learners who participated in the holiday remedial learning program have been able to meet grade competence and were promoted to the next level. So that is to say their running outcome are being improved and they are being provided with a chance to progress through education without delays and repetition. So this year, we also supported runners in the holiday remedial running program, but this year we also included P4 and P5 students. And this was because we saw a lot of positive impact with the holiday remedial running program. And we said, let's support all learners who are really struggling. And the result from this year, the preliminary result that we have also indicates that runners who participated in the remedial running program, holiday remedial running program this year, have been really doing very well. And around 65.9%, almost 66, have been able to meet grade level competence and get promoted to the next level. So this, we are working, we are not working alone as LAB. We are working with different partners. We are working with UNICEF, we are working with SOS, we are working with so many partners, World Bank, to support this program, and so many other. What has made maybe this program so unique and so important is the way we work together to support teachers and to support a student. So we've been training teachers, all the teachers in lower grade, that is P1, P2, P3, that are teaching the foundation skills, that is Kinyarwanda, English, and Math, have been trained on remedial education strategies. And we are, of course, working as a team, government and partners, to provide appropriate tool for teacher to use. One of these tools include the training materials that we worked together on the remedial education program, the teaching and learning resources that we are providing to school, the activity book and supplementary materials that we are providing to students together with different partners. So, and most importantly, the remedial running guide that is being done by SO with the support from the SOS. We had a draft, let me call it a draft, of the remedial education guide, but we said, let's have, now that we have different approach of implementing the remedial education program, let's work on one remedial guide, national guide, that combine all this approach, because the one that we had was really focusing on the holiday remedial program and probably only focusing on the foundation grade. But we said, let's have a national guide that will guide everyone, every partner who wants to support in the remedial education program. So that is why I want to really thank SOS for supporting the development of the national guide on the remedial education program that is going to tackle every approach that is being used to implement the remedial education program in Rwanda. So without taking too much of your time, I think as REP and on behalf of REP, I want to thank everyone for coming here and being willing to share experience. And I look forward to learn from everyone on lesson learned, on insight, and on how we can improve the remedial education program in Rwanda. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Flora, and as you heard from the Deputy Director General at REB, the board uses in-school and out-of-school remedial learning approaches. She's also given us a background to the national guide that was developed by the government of Rwanda, REB, Ministry of Education, SOS Rwanda, and other partners. And to hear more about the national guide, the remedial program, I would love to invite forward Mas and James. We're going into a session that will introduce us to people that have had first-hand experience with remedial learning. At this juncture, I'd love Mas and James to come forward. Let's appreciate them as they do so. And let's pay attention to what they have to present for us.
Honorable Permanent Secretary from the Ministry of Education, a distinguished guest from different national and international organizations, SOS Student Villages Board Chair Representative, a National Director SOS Student Villages, dear colleagues, allow us to present to you what SOS Student Villages Rwanda has managed to implement in terms of remedial program to support the children who have been underperforming their academics and in the last 4 years. I will not speak alone. Together with me is Mas. My name is James Byagatonda. I'm the Education Program Manager, and we're the Mas.
Yes, good morning, everyone. My name is Mads Gottlieb, and I'm here today to represent SOS Children's Villages Denmark. I'm working as a meal advisor, so my focus is on getting data and getting good analysis and to share learning, importantly.
Thank you. Let's have the presentation board. We will start from the ultimate goal of why, the previous speakers have echoed of the reason as to why the government of Rwanda have implemented the remedial program. So was the same cause for SOS Student Villages Rwanda, where had the ultimate goal of supporting these children have been supported, failing their academics in primary 4, 5, and 6, simply because there are different reasons as to why we support them, and this was to cater for their needs and challenges that they were facing that could make them fail. Briefly, this remedial program that has been implemented by SOS Children Villages Rwanda for the last 4 years, we started from 2022, 2025. It's, with the support from Hemp Foundation through SOS Children Villages Denmark, of course through TV Gara TV show. This Kurumenye project has got 3 pillars. One is family sustaining, where we get to reach to children's families. We also have education, and where we implement the remedial program. We could have health, mental health and SRHR, where we've been supporting the children who have been failing their academics to cater for their psychosocial issues, for them to be able to succeed in their schooling. Over the course of the 4 years, we have tried to implement the program into 10 districts, where each district had 15 schools. We reached over 30,000 children. Of course, with the support of the 440 teachers, because in each school that we have been implementing the remedial program, we had 4 teachers that were supporting the children, and each teacher was supporting 22 children to be able to catch up with the rest of the class. And also, we could not make it alone. We also had to engage the local community support. You know, these children come from school, when, from families when they come to school, so we had not to leave the community intervention behind, and this is where we got to be supported by 1,000 community actors, including the educationists, the district education officers who are with us today, the sector education office inspectors, the head teachers, the teachers as well. So we had to bring each and everyone on board, make sure that at least we are making it for the children and for their goodness of their families as well.
Yes, and during the course of this project, during the last 4 years of implementation, we did a lot of monitoring and even 3 types of evaluations that we're going to speak a little bit about today. We did a baseline evaluation, of course, then we did a midterm evaluation, and recently we also did a sustainability assessment to assess whether what we have contributed to is in a good shape and ready to be carried forward once this project comes to an end. So we have identified 4 areas where we contributed to some impacts. First of all, we have this national momentum for more remedial learning. We think that all the structures are in place, and remedial learning is now running in all graduation classes, P6, S3, S6, as from January. And we also see that a lot of P1 and P2 remedial learning is coming in with the support of the World Bank and UNICEF very soon. So we think that we actually think that SOS and the Remedial project have played a big role in this good national momentum that we now have towards remedial learning. Secondly, we see that we have had an impact on the way that remedial learning is now running and being operational in actually 10 out of 30 districts. We have 120 schools with remedial learning, and we have around 30,000 learners that have now caught up on lost learning. Thirdly, we have been able to remove a lot of the normal barriers to education that are at homes. Most severe, of course, poverty and having family conflicts at home really has a bad effect on education, and we have been able to work with that in this project. And lastly, we also established a really good and productive collaboration between the health centers and the schools, where they try to take care of some of these mental issues that some of these children struggle with. Good. So let's go to the first impact area. And importantly, when we identified this impact, we also tried to find out, so how did we get there? What was the good practice? So we see that to get national momentum, we needed good high-level coordination managed by the REP and the technical working group. We need these specialized actors that were mentioned a few times, UNICEF, SOS, Imbuto, etc., IEE, importantly. And we need good teaching materials, and we need good trained teachers. We need a standardized curricula. So we need these quality materials. And once we have that in place, we feel the national momentum is ready to launch. These are 4 highlights. I've also put it on a timeline where we can see that from the time REP produced this general guide to remedial and catch-up programs in Rwanda in 2020 during COVID-19, we had some important milestones. First, there was the pilot by UNICEF and Imbuto. That was the first project to really put remedial learning into operations. 1 year later, the Remedial project started. Then we have these 4 milestones. The thematic working group became operational. We had the M&E tools being refined. I think we added 1 tool. We tested it. We had the teacher training together with IEE being formalized and started. And now we also have a national curriculum. And this led to the government of Rwanda, we believe, was part of it at least, to roll out remedial learning across all graduation classes, and now also to see some really big important partners coming in, World Bank, UNICEF, to support remedial learning at the lower grades, P1 and P2. But this was what we found on paper. James, can you tell us a little bit about what was the process really like?
Thank you, Mas. I'm quite sure if we have not done this, we might not have gotten the achievements. And therefore, ladies and gentlemen, for the good in terms of good practice, we've been over the course of 4 years, we've been doing capacity building for the teachers, simply because we know the teachers are the backbones of each and every teaching and learning process. Could not leave them behind. We need to do different technical capacity building sessions for them to be able to support these students underperforming their academics. And then this was again cascaded to more other classes, not focusing on primary 4, 5, and 6. Again, we did we created through the general school-based mentorship program, we created what we call communities of practice, where these teachers, through the normal period that was reserved for CPD in each and every school, they've been meeting over and over to share experiences of what they are doing in the remedial classes for other teachers to learn from them. This has been done. Again, through, when SS introduced the remedial learning program, there was this, through the Education Technical Task Force, we also created the task force that is designed for the remedial learning program, where SS, through different intervention, we also had to introduce the social behavior and behavioral change communication, where each organization, remember, sometimes we had to commit ourselves to see that we are doing different intervention to welcome and sensitize each and every partner organization and community to understand their reason as to why they should be supporting these students who are failing their academics. So we did community campaigns. We also had to air out to an education campaign through radio and TV, mostly for the community radios, and trainings for the teachers. This was to make sure each and everyone understand the reason to why we should be there for the children who are failing their academics. Next.
Yes, the second impact that we had achieved is that we made remedial learning operational in so many districts and so many schools. And during the course of implementing the project, we had to adjust, of course, and we picked up some good lessons learned. So we found that even though we have a national unified way of doing it, we still have to be aware of local differences. Another important area that we identified is that the earlier we start, the higher the effect. And lastly, also that there are some differences between boys and girls, of course. Once we are able to bring these three pieces together, that's where the investments really paid back greatly. So one type of data that we have is comparing the baseline evaluation that we did just at the end of the first semester with the midterm evaluation that we did 2 years later at the end of the third semester. So you can see that when we look at just the math scores, actually they reach the same level, whether they are P4, P5, or P6, almost reaching the same level in these early grade math assessments. So secondly, we could see it was not the same at the starting point. So the curve at P4 was really high. It's still a good learning curve for P5 and P6, but you can see that the curve for P4 students are the most positive one among these three grade levels that we compared. Secondly, we could also see that among the 120 schools and different districts, some schools could, we were able to offer 88 spaces per school with this program and the funding we had, but actually some schools could have added several hundreds, while others were not able to fill all the spaces. But it was something we tried to adjust to and were aware of. The good thing that we noticed is that some of these trained teachers and head teachers, on their initiative and with the guidance of Kuromeni and the SOS team, they decided, let's mobilize all the teachers in the school. So instead of just running 4 classes, we met with some different schools and head teachers where they explained, actually now they trained all their colleagues and they were running remedial classes in up to 27 classes at the same time every morning in one school. So that's a really positive achievement. And then maybe about the gender, we found that, I don't have statistics on it here, but we have it in our evaluations. They were really, the difference at baseline were in favor of the boys. The boys were performing better than the girls at baseline, but at the midterm evaluation, at the end of the 3rd semester, the girls had caught up. And again, you can tell us a little bit about, this was how it looks on paper, but what was the reality?
Yeah, as given the needs of the children, we had to introduce, to develop the materials that are very specific to the children, given their needs, where we're focusing on foundation learning skills, mainly for literacy and numeracy. We had to develop, and these materials were complementing the competence-based curriculum that at least if a child has missed something from demo class, they could be able to get a support from the remedial class, and this would help them to develop their foundation learning skills. Also, as we SS Children Villages Rwanda, we step into the government of the Ministry of Education and the REP at the forefront. We've been supporting the children over the 4 years. We developed or created remedial classes. Sometimes they could meet over, in the normal classes. Other times, given the nature of the school and the decision of the head teacher, they could even meet over the weekends. But this was to create an ample time for the children to keep on learning whenever they get time. And given that these children, one of the reasons has tried these children were failing their classes, there was simply, like very many people have echoed, was simply because they did not have foundational skills. What it did, as I said, students in Rwanda, we had to distribute what we call readers in Rwanda and literacy that are developing different themes. So we created reading spaces in the schools for the children at least to have something to read as we are developing their foundational skills. We've been saying that they fail their classes, but when you look at their EGMA and EGRA tests, you realize that they are missing something. And this is where we come in with the readers in each and every school to make sure children have given something to read, and these readers are borrowed from school to home. We try to bridge learning from school and to home. And by the way, there is, when you always conduct quarterly observations, we have observed where children take the readers at home and then they engage their parents to read for them. And this has been so supportive for the children. And of course, as we also change the community mindset in terms of remedial learning program. And well, we've been saying that children, there are nicknames that were given to these very children, these very lovely children, that they are stupid and other bad names. But trust me, as I said, children with Rwanda wanted to test whether these children can make it work, given when they have gone through different interventions. So we organize a school, from school to national reading competitions to test whether these children can, after they have been introduced to remedial classes, and they are given different materials to read. Can they read something very tangible? We developed different readers at different level, beginner, mediate, and advanced. And those who can testify with me, these students have done very marvelous reading stories. So this is what he did, and this has much contributed to the results that we have seen from the tests. Thank you.
Great. The third good practice that we identified is that mental health is a key to success. So now we're moving, we are still at the school, but now we are also talking about what happened in the collaboration with the health centers and in these school clubs that we were running. So the first thing we noticed is that when children don't feel well mentally, when they don't thrive, then usually they don't perform well, and that's something that we could also find in research from other countries. So you can see this is the well-being. The red line shows how they feel. We use this course child outcome rating scale to assess the well-being of children. That's the red line, and then the blue lines are how they did on the mathematical assessments in the ECMA test. So you can see when well-being is low, academic scores are also low. It's the same with reading, the same trend. And that's something that we could also see from research. So it's already a known fact that if you don't feel well mentally, you also struggle to perform academically. But we could also see that actually maybe the opposite is also the case. If you feel well mentally, you also perform really high. And that's actually not something that is completely documented yet, but that's something that we have noticed. James, yes?
Yes, Matthew, right, for the children to learn at school, they should be living a good life. They should be coming from a safe home, a safe environment. And like you said, that this Remedial project has three pillars. One of the challenges was that children are failing in the academics simply because they are from conflict families and other barriers. So we had to create mental health and psychosocial support for the children, where these children have been going through psychosocial support intervention and sessions, and this has largely contributed to their academic performance. Of course, this was to show that children are learning, but also when it comes to their home now, are they being catered, are they being supported? Also trained their parents, their caregivers, about positive parenting, to understand that they understand our program. So, to reduce these psychological tortures and conflicts and their home, which at long run affect the children's well-being and performance as well. We did this through different interventions. One of them was our campaigns that we did for the community for behavioral change and mindset. And this has been mostly to target the home-based interventions. So at least as we look at the children's performance, could we also look ahead? Could we go beyond this and think of where they come from? And this is mostly where we did the mental health and psychosocial support interventions for the children.
Thank you. So the last good practice. Now we're going away from the classroom and the school. Now we're going to the homes where the children live. So this is something that we identified, that once we are able to create this supportive environment at home with parents that knows about positive parenting techniques that are able to generate income, then it has a really positive effect on education. So what we found is that on school attendance, 93% of the caregivers that we asked reported that after they had started to join the VSLA, learning about positive parenting, how to generate income, how to build a good home together with the other caregiver, 93% reported that their children had increased attendance rates. In addition, 80% of the caregivers also said that they could see that after they joined the VSLA, their children's grade had started to improve. And 79% of the caregivers also said their children are now paying or more interested in the school. This was echoed again, looking at the positive parenting part of it and good family relations. We also asked the children we gave them 10 different options, asking them, so what do you think are the key benefits of having a good relationship to your parents? A lot of these options they got were not related to education, but the two that they picked most frequently were that they now get motivation to study at home, and that their caregivers now make sure that they go to school regularly. And then one of the parents we talked to agree and says, before the training, family conflicts were frequent and often occurred in front of the children. After the training, we now understand the consequences better. For example, how it affects how the children concentrate when they're sitting in the school. We also want to just share with you some of the quotes from the caregivers we talked about. We had one caregiver speaking about how her engagement in a VSLA had an impact on children. Some of their children used to be on the street. After they got into this, they came back, lived in their home, went to school again. So that was a really important contribution. We also had one caregiver speaking about the effect of positive parenting and how it influenced education. Before the training, it was frequent. After training, they understood consequences better and how it affects their concentration. And the last one, we also talked to some district education officers who also noticed this positive or this training of parents that we did at the Remedial Learning program under the Kuromenia pillar. We said, or this DEO said, skilled parents who understand the importance of education impact their children's performance, giving these children a better effect of remedial learning. So actually, when we did our sustainability assessment, we found that we asked these different DDEs and DEOs we talked to, so what do you think made Kuromenia special? And all of them pointed out as one of the first two things they said, the close engagement with parents that you did, not just inviting parents to meetings at the school, but you worked with them in their homes. James.
Yes. As Children's Villages in Rwanda, we always implement well-formed programming, and this is where we introduced, like we said, that Kuromenia had three pillars. We had to think of there's this part of schooling, but also where this child comes from. And this is where mostly we engage the parents in terms of training and different interventions. But also could remember that one of the reasons as to why these children were failing was they were from poverty-stricken families. So we had to introduce VSLA, these are Village Service and Knowledge Associations, where children, caregivers were simply given the transport from the training, nothing else apart from that. Then from the transport fee, they had to create a VS lane, and this is where they created. They started to start different micro income generating activities for them to be able to support their children with scholastic materials and basic needs. And this has much stood out in terms of different key achievements from the project itself. Again, we also created different social behavior change and communication platforms where we organize through campaigns, these child-led straight talk shows for the children to speak out their concerns to their children, in the presence of the caregivers and the other actors. This was to bring mostly caregivers to understand that my child might have failed somewhere because of my fault. And this is what we did in terms of engaging their caregivers. And I would like to call upon each and every one implementer who is in the room, and those who are watching us live from the screen, that we've been saying that we need to engage caregivers in terms of supporting the children, those who are underperforming, but mostly this has been realized that we are writing it very well, we are putting it in the documents, but in terms of practice, we don't practice it. But SOS has much and largely implemented this, and this has been stood out among the key achievements. And as we almost wind up our presentation, we would like to mention some of the key takeaways that children need to thrive at home before they can learn at school. As we bridge, can we think of home first and then school? Because a teacher receives a child at school depending on where that child comes from. Children need thrive for learning to come live. If you're not well, if you're not feeling well, you cannot learn. And again, children that don't thrive mentally and that live in conflict-affected homes and poverty do not perform well and are at risk of dropping out and ending on the street. We are trying to avoid that. And one of the interventions that we did through Kurumenye was children's integration. Some of the children through FS component, some of the children were on the street, who had to reintegrate them back to their homes, of course, and these children, the very children were equally taken back to the school. And that's what we did. Mentally healthy children that grow in families without economic problems and good relations have better chances to succeed in school. This is very, very true. We need to think of the children, their well-being, before we think of mostly focusing on academic. The second way is that plan for vulnerable and then recall for all. Yeah, it says to reach the most vulnerable children, you need to specialize. You need specialized support that goes beyond the classroom. Indeed, if you reach the most vulnerable, you reach everyone. But if you try to reach everyone, you're most likely to be blind to reach everyone. The vulnerable. We mostly think of, in terms of the education implementers and Remedial in particular, we mostly think of reaching very many children. We tend to forget where they come from, and then, or even focusing on the most needy children. We tend to say that we need to cover, maybe to reach out to very many children or very many schools. But again, when we assess the quality of intervention, you know that you might have failed or missed some of the key areas of intervention. And the cross-sectoral collaboration that integrates education, health, social support families in viable positions have the potential to accelerate learning. We need to integrate different interventions and engage different partners on board. You know, if SOS, this has been observed that we have not been implementing Remedial alone. We had to bring different actors on board, and this way measure that also had to engage the health practitioners on board and different people that have been supporting these children. And with this, we request to stop and give the microphone to the moderator. We thank you.
They deserve a louder round of applause. That was a beautiful presentation. You know, what came out clearly from their presentation is, can you guys hear me? No, you can, eh? Okay. I guess I can't hear myself. You know how sometimes you will assume that remedial interventions, remedial learning is an affair of the teacher and the student. what came out from their presentation, which is quite intriguing for me, is that even teachers need remedial interventions. Parents, find a way of bringing the parents and caregivers as well. That was amazing. Thank you so much for that great presentation. And now it's time for us to hear your interventions. If you have a question or a comment arising from what they have presented, please bring it up. What is gendered classroom? It's the first time I'm hearing of gendered classroom. Mas, James, it was in your report. What's gendered classroom?
It was not a gendered classroom. I think maybe it was about having a focus on gender in the classroom.
You said
yes.
early learning. There was early something else.
Start early,
gendered.
localize.
Yes,
gendered.
Localized, early
yes.
then gendered. So I picked the word
It was to focus on realizing that girls were able to catch up with the lost learning at a much higher rate than the boys. So we don't really, we don't exactly know why yet, but we identified it in the data.
Okay, we will know with time.
Yes.
All right, any questions or comments? We'll have the microphone go around. Just put up your hand. We'll have 5 minutes for this. So if we can get 2 or 3 people, at most, 2 or 3 people. Just put up your hand. We'll have the microphone come to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's one thing I will raise my voice. My question is in relation to the reach in terms of the children. That's better. You mentioned the number 22, I think, per school. And I am assuming that the criteria is those who are lagging behind. And I think I heard also that you limited it to that number. Was there a particular reason to limit it to that number? Or did you establish that those were the only numbers of children that were lagging behind? And if so, how did you handle the rest of the children within that classroom who are in the same situation? And while you respond to that, were these the same children who were supported with the mental health care? And if not, how did you manage the spillover of balancing these children and another group of children who might have needed the mental health support more than the 22 that you had identified? What are the ripple effects of the program within that school? And then the other component, I guess I've asked many sub-questions within the same, but the other question that I wanted to highlight is specifically on the leadership in the schools. What were the specific strategies that you use for the leaders? You've talked a lot about the teachers, and that was very clear, but the specific strategies for the leaders at school level. If you could share a little more on that, would appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, Patrick Musafiri from FCDU. I would start by commending presenters for a great presentation. And my question, I would like to hear more about the remedial education that is organized before and after class. So how is that organized? Who comes to that one? So you also talked about reading spaces reading spaces. Are those reading spaces for all learners or just for those who are struggling? Thank you.
Thank you. Mine is on sustainability issue of the program. As you may know, sustainability of every and each program after implementation of it is very critical. So I'd like to know how are you sure that these good practices we're talking about throughout this program is sustainable and schools will be able to sustain these good practices? Thank you.
Right. We tried to go through the questions, and possibly you can also have some more intervention from our colleagues from Student Villages Rwanda. If I could start from Dorothy's questions, allow me to correct that when you mentioned the number of children that were supported at school level, the 22 children were for each individual teacher. We had 4 teachers in every school, so the total number of the children to be supported in each and every school were 88. And this, the reason why we kept we enrolled 88 was that we wanted to keep a manageable number for the children who are going to be supported by one teacher. So each teacher were to handle or to support 22, and then in total each school enrolling 88, and this totals up to the other 30,000 children that we reached over the course of 4 years.
And then, James, maybe if I can add, so it was 22 per class, but in each school we had 4 teachers running classes at the same time, so that's how we got to 88.
You're right.
Maybe while I interrupted, on the selection criteria, I can also just clarify, it was in the beginning purely made on whether they passed or not. And that's something we tried to identify. Can we add in other selection criteria, which we started to look at during the course? So it was not only whether they passed or not at the end of the program, it was also whether they were struggling at home and having other problems we were trying to look at. Yeah.
Thank you. Her second question was how we managed to whether these very children from the Remedial program were also equally the same children that were being supported under MHPSS. I would say not exactly the same children, because we could not force a child who is good, who is from who doesn't have any psychosocial issues, to be forced to benefit from to be enrolled in a psychosocial class. We could observe, we have had different tools that were of assessment, where from which we could observe that this certain child from limited classes deserves to be integrated or to be supported under the psychosocial support. Also, like I said, we had psychosocial support, MHPSS clubs and remedial learning classes. So these children who have been facing psychosocial issues were enrolled into, with their peers, those who have been supported into the psychosocial support. Dorothy, these were not the same children. Mental health and psychosocial support had their own children, and remedial had their own children. But also, these remedial children were to be supported with psychosocial sessions, given, that they were observed with some psychosocial issues. And that was mostly the period where I tried to manage that we are supporting those who need to be supported in the remedial classes, not enrolling each and every child who is in the remedial for the MHPSS clubs.
James, can I just add? Because I agree. And then what also happened was that, for instance, in year 1, a student would be in remedial learning, which required at least 10 hours extra classes every week. Then the next year, we would then have them in the school club. And then in the next year, we would then also enroll their parents into a VSLA. So everything didn't happen at the same time, because that would be too much for the individual child. So during the course of the project, we have a lot of the same children attending the different program interventions. And then I think also in addition, we also did an important area was also creating awareness about mental issues at the school. So just having the school club and having psychologists visit the school to do presentations and to inform about, you can come and get support from us if you need it. That was kind of an indirect spillover also. Yeah.
Thank you. Well, I think can I also answer. Patrick Musafiri from FCDO also asked whether, he wants to know more about the before and after school classes for the remedial classes, and how we created the reading spaces for the children, whether they created for each and every learner or for those who were enrolled in the remedial program. The after and before class remedial classes, as we SOS Student Villages Rwanda, we always implement the government programs. Initially after COVID-19, there was this developed national guide for the immediate program. We are we're trying to follow how it was designed. And this is why we started initially to organize the remedial classes, after classes, and even before classes. This was majorly before they started normal classes, or even shortly after they finish the normal classes. And some schools could even decide to organize to support the children over the weekends, depending on the agreement, like I said, between the teachers, the head teacher, and the parents as well. Because we don't want children to leave the school late when they're going to face some other issues along the way when they're going home. And the reading spaces that were created in the schools were mostly for each and every one, only that we brought the readers when you're targeting the remedial learning children, but this ended up benefiting all the children in the school. When you get to most of these schools in Rwanda, you realize that when they're given the books, they keep them in the libraries, and they don't have reading spaces. For us, we're like, please, children have always been wanted to read. Give them the books. We had to create some spaces in the library, or even outside the classes, for them to access the readers, because mostly these readers are kept in the places where the children cannot access. So the books, the reading spaces were for all the children, but mostly here that those who could borrow them mostly were these from the remedial classes. And this has been successful, like I mentioned, that were borrowed and supported and to read, supported by their parents. Okay, and lastly, Dr. Alphonse from World Bank asked this question that as we implement a remedial program, how are we sure all of its sustainability once the project phases out? Doctor, given the nature of the SOS Student Villages programs, we have always been implementing very integrated programs and projects. And this, if the way we have been implementing it, we have linked the school's interventions, the very standard projects that have been implemented in SOS Rwanda in different locations. That the normal SOS interventions and staff will continue to support the children and the teachers in the various schools. And this also, as like I said, not implement a project alone. We also have the district directors of education, the sector education officers, and teachers as well, where created communities of practice in each and every school for them to continue in their school-based mentorship program period, which is there for every week, for them to keep on learning and be supported, of course, with different supportive hands together. The student, and this I think must, if I'm very sure, from the other recent needs assessment that you report, it has indicated that these children and teachers will be able to continue the program even if this project is out. Am I right, Mas?
Yes. Maybe I can add that we did a sustainability assessment evaluation we actually had to come up with our own methodology to try to assess the sustainability in an evidence-based way. We tried to assess the project looking at it from different angles. So we actually established 5 different criteria where we said, if this criteria is met, then we feel very comfortable that we now reach something that is sustainable. Then we worked our way back saying, what is the situation if it's only partly sustainable and just emerging and not sustainable, describing different scenarios. And then we spoke to a lot of different people to get information, you know, for instance, on whether the districts were trying to adopt remedial learning, not just in the schools that we looked at, but also in the neighboring schools. We talked to different district and sector level officers to find out what is the situation, what kind of guidance do you have, what kind of funds do you have, which kind of partners do you have in this district. So based on that, it was not a yes or no, this is sustainable or not. It was trying to find out where are we on the path towards sustainability within different areas of the project. So, yeah.
And additionally, the research has indicated that most schools, apart from these that where SOS has been implementing the remedial learning program, more other schools have benefited and started implementing, given the support from those schools who are supporting. They are now implementing the remedial program with the support of the neighboring schools, teachers. Even these teacher mentors have always been so supportive to those other schools. And you know, REB has always been training and holding different trainings. So they have learned to come and learn from these schools where we have been supporting. And this doctor has been assuring us that even if the project phases out, the project will stay there because it is for the children and for the community at large. Thank you.
James, you want to get one more question? I wanted to say time out.
I can see Fidel here has hand.
Fidel, I said only 3 interventions and I set aside 5 minutes for that. Will it be a quick one? And a burning one? All right. We can't let you burn, so let it out.
Thank you so much. I'm Fidel from Rising Academies. I have a burning question, as I mentioned. So we talked about remedial, but we need to talk about also selection process of those children going in remedial like sessions. So what were the selection criteria for children going in remedial sessions? Again, were you classifying them based on skill levels or grade level? Then the last one, we know the double shift and the single shift like issues in the schools. If you are doing in-school remedial, were you using the Friday session? If yes, so how were you doing this comparing the single shift and double shift schools? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Fidel. Well, he's trying to ask why, what was our selection criteria? One, majorly remedial learning program has been implemented to support, to implement the competence-based performance. And this is why when you design different, the selection tool, what look at those who have failed their classes. You know, our selection criteria was that we are going to support this child whose academic has been under 50 from for the course of the whole year. This child has failed term 1, term 2, term 3, but they ended up failing to get over 50. Our pass mark was mostly 50, but also since we don't focus on academics, we also had to look at other key issues, including the psychological aspect, because we have been implementing a very integrated project with that. Well, the schools where we have been implementing the immediate learning program had mostly these single classes, those who come for the whole day, where like I said, with the agreement of the head teacher, the teachers, and the parents, they could decide whether to hold the sessions in the morning before they start the normal classes, or even after, shortly before they go home, they could meet for the teaching, for the learning sessions. And this, I think, if I have not missed any point with that, this is where, this is how we organized it, and that was our selection criteria. There were tools that we designed, and these tools were tested to find out whether we are. I remember we even we submitted the tools to REP to approve whether these tools are tools that we could to be using in terms of selecting who should be enrolled in the program would be the right tools. For us, as we're targeting to see the quality in terms of results, because when you use the wrong tools, you end up getting wrong results. Thank you. Jackie, allow us to.
Thank you. Yeah, I guess you guys are done now. No closing remarks, nothing like that. Thank you. Let's appreciate James and Maz. That was a wonderful presentation. Each one of us has this booklet. There's a folder you have on your table. It has this booklet. When you find time, please peruse through it. Go through it, because inside there you will find everything that was shared by James and Mas. I want to appreciate those that have joined us online. I see Furijan Seth, Yonest, Erastin, many others. We will take a short health break. We won't leave the room. Well, I would discourage you from leaving the room, but if you really have to, it's fine. You can go out. The small rooms are out there. There's one on the left down the stairs, another one on the left. If you want to answer that call, you can do so in 8 minutes, at most 8 minutes. But at the corner, we have a coffee that has been prepared for us. There's some snacks and drinks. Serve that and come back to your table so that we can continue with the program. All right? Thank you. Kindly let's utilize the time that we have very well. We started late. We've got to catch up. Remedial something. Not remedial learning. I don't know what we will call it. But yes, 8 minutes. Serve that coffee. Come back to your table before we can continue with the program. For those who want to step out a bit, you can do so. Let's be back in the room in 8 minutes. Thank you. If you're online, thank you. We will be back with you in just a few minutes.
nyuma ya korona iki kigo byaje kugaragara yuko abana ntago batsindaga cyane ku buryo abarimu ntako batagiraga, ariko imitsindire y'abana bikanga. Biza kurangira twisanze mu bigo bya nyuma na nyuma mu karere, nibwo twaje kubona umushinga witwa SOS. Batubwira ko bafitemo ishami ryitwa Kurumenye. Iyo Kurumenye niyo yaziyemo iyo gahunda, batugenera inyigisho nzamura bushobozi zizadufasha gufasha abo bana. Ibyo rero byaradufashije cyane ko mu mwaka wakurikiyeho twagize abana bake cyane batsindwa. 2022 ho biza kurangira mu kizamini cya leta nta mwana n'umwe utsinzwe. 2023 na 4 ejo bundi uyu mwaka urangiye ngo twagize amahirwe tugira abana bari hejuru ya 25 babona orientation bakajya muri boarding school. Tugira abana batatu.
Inyigisho nzamura bushobozi ni porogaramu yashyizweho yo gufasha abana bafite amanota make ari hasi ya 50. Abarimu babafasha babigisha ku byabananiye, babasobanurira. Buri wese avuga ibitamugoye atagira ubwoba ngo baramuseka bakamusobanurira. Abarimu bamfasha kwiga, niba ari icyo cyongereza nazi ntibacika intege ngo yenda ngo sinzi ibi ngibi ngo kubifata byabagora, bakanyigisha. Nabishimye, n'ababyeyi nagera mu rugo akaba umwanya wo gusubira mu masomo.
Rumwe mu babyeyi bafite umwana ku kigo cy'amashuri angaha baje kuba abo bana badafite amahirwe yo kuba bagira amanota meza ku ishuri. Inama y'ababyeyi raterana baduhamagaza kugira ngo tubaze impamvu abarimu bakora uko bashoboye ariko abana bacu ubwenge bukabura. Bati se mu rugo abana mubaha iyihe mirimo ituma ibyo tuba umukoro tuba twabahaye niba usubiremo ati rero mumenye ko abana banyu batiga neza nimwe mufite ubwo ruhare.
Abarimu barahuguwe uburyo bagomba gufata abana, umwarimu akaba inshuti n'umwana nyine ku buryo umwana yumva ko yasize ababyeyi mu rugo ariko asanze mwarimu ku ishuri. Ibyo rero bigatuma abana bakunda kwiga, ababyeyi nabo babona ukuntu abana bakunze kwiga bakagira ubushake bwo kumenya ese abana bacu kuki bari kwikanyira ku ishuri cyane, habaye iki. Umushinga uradufasha, bahugura ababyeyi, babibutsa inshingano zabo, byaje gufata umurongo mwiza. Ubu rwose Rwagatera iri mu bigo byitwara neza, kuko ugiye no ku rutonde rw'akarere ntabwo wadusanga muri bya bigo bya nyuma nk'aho twabaga.
Byaramfashije cyane kuko niga mu wa gatanu narasibiye ngira amanota 46. Baza kwinjira mu iyi gahunda nzamura ubushobozi bayinsizemo, bakazajya abarimu badufasha, nza kugira noneho nza kuzamuka ngira 62.
Abayobozi ku ishuri badutumyeho muri SOS baraduhugura, batuganiza ku bijyanye no kujya mu matsinda yo kwizigama. Dutangira kwizigama ku mafaranga 200. Tuyaguje iyo twizigamye twe ntago amafaranga tuyabika, ahubwo tuyaguza bagenzi bacu bakajya kuyakoresha, ariko banazana n'inyungu za buri kwezi mu itsinda. Nza gufatamo amafaranga 25,000 nguramo inkoko 5 ziri ahangaha, harimo isake imwe n'inkoko ikugazi 4 ziratera. Icyo zengeje izo nkoko ayo mbizetera amagi nkayagurisha, mbona ibikoresho byo kugira umwana kujyana ku ishuri bitangoye, ndetse nkanakuramo n'amafaranga yo kwizigama ntarinze kujya kure bitangoye.
Badusize mu matsinda, ariko bari twebwe twitorera umunsi wo kuza turaterana saa 10. Ubu twaraje turaterana n'abandi twizigama ibiceri 200. Nza kusabamo n'inguzanyo nimumfasha, baramfasha bampa 20,000. Kugenda mbiguramo icyana cy'ingurube cy'igisekuru ndacorora. Ejo bundi umwana agiye avuze ati rero twabajije icya leta, ariko ndi kubona amanota nabonye atari ayo kwicara mu rugo. Ubwo nagurishije ingurube bampa 100,000. Tugenda muguramo ibisabwa byose nuko umwana amwohereza ku ishuri.
Bagize neza kudutekerezaho ndetse batekereza no ku bana bacu. Nk'ababyeyi benshi ntago basobanukiwe ubwenge n'amatsinda, ariko abantu bose mu itsinda ryacu babashije kwiteza imbere, nta mudafite itungo nyine.
Ndashaka gushimira umubyeyi wanjye wampaye umwanya wo kwiga, nkanashimira abarimu badufashije, nshimira n'ababigizemo uruhare ko batazacika intege kuko iyi gahunda ni nziza kandi iradufasha.
Nyuma ya korona iki kigo byaje kugaragara yuko abana ntago batsindaga cyane, ku buryo abarimu ntako batagiraga, ariko imitsindire y'abana bikanga. Biza kurangira twisanze mu bigo bya nyuma na nyuma mu karere. Nibwo twaje kubona umushinga witwa SOS, batubwira ko bafitemo ishami ryitwa Kurumenye. Iyo Kurumenye niyo yazijemo iyo gahunda, batugenera inyigisho nzamura bushobozi zizadufasha gufasha abo bana. Ibyo rero byaradufashije cyane ko mu mwaka wakurikiyeho twagize abana bake cyane batsindwa. 2022 ho biza kurangira mu kizamini cya leta nta mwana n'umwe utsinzwe. 2023 na 4 ejo bundi uyu mwaka urangiye ngo twagize amahirwe tugira abana bari hejuru ya 25 babona orientation bakajya muri boarding school. Tugira abana 3.
Inyigisho nzamura bushobozi ni porogaramu yashyizweho yo gufasha abana bafite amanota make ari hasi ya 50. Abarimu babafasha babigisha ku byabananiye, babasobanurira, buri wese avuga ibitamugoye atagira ubwoba ngo baramuseka, bakamusobanurira. Abarimu bamfasha kwiga, niba ari icyo cyongereza nazi ntibacika intege ngo wenda ngo sinzi ibi ngibi ngo kubifata byabagora, bakanyigisha. Nabishimye, n'ababyeyi nagera mu rugo akaba umwanya wo gusubira mu masomo.
Rumwe mu babyeyi bafite umwana ku kigo cy'amashuri angaha baje kuba abo bana badafite amahirwe yo kuba bagira amanota meza ku ishuri. Inama y'ababyeyi iraterana, baraduhamagaza kugira ngo tubaze impamvu abarimu bakora uko bashoboye ariko abana bacu ubwenge bukabura. Bati se mu rugo abana mubaha iyihe mirimo ituma ibyo tuba twabahaye niba gusubiremo? Ati rero mumenye ko abana banyu batiga neza, nimwe mufite urwo ruhare.
Abarimu barahuguwe uburyo bagomba gufata abana, umwarimu akaba inshuti n'umwana, nyine ku buryo umwana yumva ko yasize ababyeyi mu rugo ariko asanze mwarimu ku ishuri. Ibyo rero bigatuma abana bakunda kwiga, ababyeyi nabo babona ukuntu abana bakunze kwiga, bakagira ubushake bwo kumenya ese abana bacu kuki bari kwikanyira ku ishuri cyane, habaye iki? Umushinga uradufasha, bahugura ababyeyi, babibutsa inshingano zabo, byaje gufata umurongo mwiza. Ubu rwose Rwagatera iri mu bigo byitwara neza, kuko ugiye no ku rutonde rw'akarere ntabwo wadusanga muri bya bigo bya nyuma nk'aho twabaga.
Byaramfashije cyane kuko niga mu wa 5 narasibiye ngira amanota 46. Baza kwinjira mu gahunda nzamura ubushobozi bayinsizemo, bakazajya abarimu badufasha, nza kugira noneho ndakuzamuka ngira 62.
Abayobozi ku ishuri badutumyeho muri SOS baraduhugura, batuganiza ku bijyanye no kujya mu matsinda yo kwizigama. Dutangira kwizigama ku mafaranga 200. Tuyaguje, iyo twizigamye twe ntabwo amafaranga tuyabika, ahubwo tuyaguza bagenzi bacu bakajya kuyakoresha, ariko banazana n'inyungu za buri kwezi mu itsinda. Nza gufatamo amafaranga 25,000 nguramo inkoko 5 ziri ahangaha, harimo isake imwe n'inkoko ikugazi 4 ziratera. Icyo zengeje izo nkoko, ayo mbizetera amagi nkayagurisha, mbona ibikoresho byo kugira umwana kujyana ku ishuri bitangoye, ndetse nkanakuramo n'amafaranga yo kwizigama ntarinze kujya kure bitangoye.
Badusize mu matsinda, ariko bari twebwe twitorera umunsi wo kuza turaterana saa 10. Ubwo twaraje turaterana n'abandi, twizigama ibiceri 200. Nza kusabamo n'inguzanyo, nimumfasha. Baramfasha bampa 20,000. Igena mbiguramo icyana cy'ingurube cy'igisekuru ndacorora. Ejo bundi umwana agiye avuze ati rero twabajije icya leta, ariko ndi kubona amanota nabonye atari ayo kwicara mu rugo. Ubona gurisha ingurube bampa 1,000. Tugenda mugura ibisabwa byose, uko umwana amwohereza ku ishuri.
Bagize neza kudutekerezaho, ndetse batekereza no ku bana bacu. Nk'ababyeyi benshi ntabwo basobanukiwe ubwenge n'amatsinda, ariko abantu bose mu itsinda ryacu babashije kwiteza imbere, nta mudafite itungo nyine.
Ndashaka gushimira umubyeyi wanjye wampaye umwanya wo kwiga, nkanashimira abarimu badufashije, nshimira n'ababigizemo uruhare ko batazacika intege kuko iyi gahunda ni nziza kandi iradufasha.
Nyuma ya korona iki kigo byaje kugaragara yuko abana ntago batsindaga cyane, ku buryo abarimu ntako batagiraga, ariko imitsindire y'abana bikanga. Biza kurangira twisanze mu bigo bya nyuma na nyuma mu karere. Nibwo twaje kubona umushinga witwa SOS, batubwira ko bafitemo ishami ryitwa Kurumenye. Iyo Kurumenye niyo yaziyemo iyo gahunda.
amasomo atuma amenya n'ibyo natari nzi n'ibyo niyo nishimira.
imbogamizi zituma abana bataza ku ishuri, hari imbogamizi ziterwa n'uko hari amakimbirane mu miryango, mu ngo z'iwabo, ikibazo cy'inzara, ikibazo cy'ubukene. Ibyo ni byo bibazo usanga bikunze gukura abana mu ishuri. Mu buzima busanzwe uretse no ku ishuri, ni umwana ubona ufatanya n'umubyeyi we mu mirimo, yaba nko kuvoma amazi, gushaka inkwi.
Imibereho yacu tubaho dushakisha uburyo twabona icyo turya, ubwo tugashima Imana. Tubaho rero mu buzima butari bwiza cyane, n'abanyeshuri kugira ngo bige birandushye.
Barumva nadada, mba numva nazaba umudozi.
Ni ukuvuga ngo nk'ejo he hazaza binyuze muri Remedial Learning. Ntekereza ko rero muri Remedial Learning bizamukuza, yaba ari mu gihagararo ndetse no mu bumenyi bwe, ku buryo azabasha kuba yakwiteza imbere ndetse agateza imbere n'umuryango we. Nko mu myaka 10 iri imbere, ubuzima bwe buzaba ari bwiza, kubera ko uyu mushinga n'uzaba wamufashije mu byo uzamufashamo.
Amasomo atuma amenya n'ibyo natari nzi n'ibyo niyo nishimira.
Imbogamizi zituma abana bataza ku ishuri, hari imbogamizi ziterwa n'uko hari amakimbirane mu miryango, mu ngo z'iwabo, ikibazo cy'inzara, ikibazo cy'ubukene. Ibyo ni byo bibazo usanga bikunze gukura abana mu ishuri. Mu buzima busanzwe uretse no ku ishuri, ni umwana ubona ufatanya n'umubyeyi we mu mirimo, yaba nko kuvoma amazi, gushaka inkwi.
Imibereho yacu tubaho dushakisha uburyo twabona icyo turya, ubwo tugashima Imana. Tubaho rero mu buzima butari bwiza cyane, n'abanyeshuri kugira ngo bige birandushye.
Barumva nadada, mba numva nazaba umudozi.
Ni ukuvuga ngo nk'ejo he hazaza binyuze muri Remedial Learning. Ntekereza ko rero muri Remedial Learning bizamukuza, yaba ari mu gihagararo ndetse no mu bumenyi bwe, ku buryo azabasha kuba yakwiteza imbere ndetse agateza imbere n'umuryango we. Nko mu myaka 10 iri imbere, ubuzima bwe buzaba ari bwiza, kubera ko uyu mushinga n'uzaba wamufashije mu byo uzamufashamo.
amasomo atuma amenya n'ibyo natari nzi n'ibyo niyo nishimira.
Imbogamizi zituma abana bataza ku ishuri, hari imbogamizi ziterwa n'uko hari amakimbirane mu miryango, mu ngo z'iwabo, ikibazo cy'inzara, ikibazo cy'ubukene. Ibyo ni byo bibazo usanga bikunze gukura abana mu ishuri. Mu buzima busanzwe uretse no ku ishuri, ni umwana ubona ufatanya n'umubyeyi we mu mirimo, yaba nko kuvoma amazi, gushaka inkwi.
Imibereho yacu tubaho dushakisha uburyo twabona icyo turya, ubwo tugashima Imana. Tubaho rero mu buzima butari bwiza cyane, n'abanyeshuri kugira ngo bige birandushye.
Mba numva nadoda, mba numva nazaba umudozi.
Ni ukuvuga ngo nk'ejo he hazaza binyuze muri Remedial Learning. Ntekereza ko rero muri Remedial Learning bizamukuza, yaba ari mu gihagararo ndetse no mu bumenyi bwe, ku buryo azabasha kuba yakwiteza imbere ndetse agateza imbere n'umuryango we. Nko mu myaka
I work with IEE Rwanda. My presentation is coming. I think it's being set. But as it comes, I'll just carry on from the previous presenters from where they stopped, talking about best practices and innovations that are being conducted in schools or done in schools, remedial learning. So thank you. That's my presentation. And the remedial learning intervention is by IEE, or implemented by IEE Rwanda, is supported by those partners. That's UNICEF and then the funding partners. But also we work in collaboration with Rwanda Basic Education Board. Oh, sorry, I moved too fast. Okay, so basically, I'm presenting on best practices and the innovations, but I would like, first of all, to run you through the nature of the program that we are doing, so that we have a background as to what towards the best practices. So the program name is called the Remedial Teaching and Learning for Children's Improved Learning Outcomes and Holistic Development. And like I told you, it's implemented by IEE Rwanda with support from UNICEF and other partners. The program has two components. One component is in upper primary. The second component is in lower primary. The upper primary component basically focuses on P4, P5, and then the lower primary component, P1 to P3. And maybe the other thing I need to highlight is we are working in 155 schools in 5 districts. That's the Karongi, Rusizi, Ngororero, Gachenye, and Gisagara. So the other thing is special focus is on the double shift schools, although we have some single shift schools as well. I'll talk a little about the program objectives. There are basically 3. The first one is build teacher capacity and competence in remedial teaching and learning and assessment. Then we have support the assessment of learners. Then the last one has to do with fostering supportive environments for remedial teaching and learning. So basically, there are three program objectives or outputs. And then moving on, I'll run you through very fast on the activities, perhaps a few results to point out. Based on the objectives, we have a range of activities that we conduct. And the first one has to do with the teacher training and capacity building. We've worked especially with the lower primary school teachers, and we trained that number, but also we've trained 310 P4, P5 teachers in 155 schools. The other maybe to highlight would be we conduct lesson observations and offer technical support to teachers in the delivery of remedial teaching and learning. Then alongside that, we do a range of other activities, training and mobilizing parents, support reading for children in lower primary. Then we engage and sensitize parents, but also we have engaged the foundational learning assistants to support foundational skills in lower primary. Would like to move on. It's not. The cell. Okay. Maybe. Okay. I have moved quite fast, but talking about now the best practices, sorry. Our best practices are more in narrative form, but among them I'll point out a few things. One thing we have learned along the way supporting in schools is that with teacher training, using interactive teacher training approaches, things like approaches like role play, peer-to-peer learning, and problem-solving scenarios improves teachers' understanding and application of what they learned, transferring it into classroom practice. But also emphasis on formative assessment helps teachers to understand how to use and interpret formative assessment data, use ability grouping and tailor their instruction to learners' needs. And then the other, which I'll point out, is lesson observations and coaching. That's working with teachers on a daily basis in a customized way, helps to improve instructional delivery, especially in alignment with remedial teaching and learning. Then parent engagement and sensitization, the last one. It provides an enabling environment for children's learning. Just like the previous presenters talked about, the fact that engaging parents is a powerful way to support learners, especially those who are struggling academically. And I'd like to move on. A few testimonials. I'll point out one around the teacher. I used to teach the syllabus, not the learner. Everything changed when I was trained. So that's the teacher testifying about the fact that the training provided some bit of guidance in terms of delivery of lessons aligned to remedial teaching and learning. And this picture here is a picture sorted out where our advisor, the remedial learning advisor, was training or sensitizing parents on supporting children's learning, especially children in foundational years. And moving on now to the innovations. We've quite a number of innovations, but one innovation I want to emphasize that we kind of worked or implemented in schools was use of foundational learning assistants to support early grade teachers or learning. That's basically numeracy and literacy. This one, in a way, was very useful, especially in the schools where there's double shifting, because classes tend to be large And since they are large, sometimes a single teacher in the classroom, it can be quite challenging for him to be able to work with a large group of learners. So it might be an intervention that maybe could be challenging to scale up, but we felt like it in a way works and it helped. But also looking at a range of learning activities that the foundational learning assistants supported the teachers to conduct in the classrooms, activities like co-teaching, but also tutoring learners that needed extra help. Then reading aloud sessions, because they work with teachers to conduct read aloud sessions, and sometimes they could do storytelling, making teaching and learning materials. So these, in a way, had some kind of impact in terms of helping improve learning outcomes. And some challenges, of course, we talked of double shifting or double shift schools, which limit remedial learning time, especially to struggling, to all learners, due to less exposure time compared to single shift schools. But also teacher capacity in the schools that we are supporting, we can't say it's there. It is still emerging, still developing. And then parent engagement also needs, it's also emerging. We cannot say that the parents at a level where we are satisfied that they are supporting or they are really giving support to their children. And then, of course, the large size classes that we talked about earlier. And just to conclude, the remedial learning program has, in a way, strengthened teacher capacity, improved learner outcomes, and fostered supportive environments for remedial learning. There is progress towards ensuring no child is left behind, and so continued investment is needed to sustain the gains and close the learning gaps. With that, I would like to end the presentation, and thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Joseph. Let's appreciate Joseph once again. And then we will invite you now to ask questions. You have a pen and paper there. Great. We'll have you ask questions, give remarks, comments, suggestions after you have listened and seen Joseph's presentation. Just put up your hand, then the microphone will come to you. We have 5 minutes for that. Great. I see 2 hands up already. Our third one.
Thank you so much for this great presentation. My name is Ivanens. I'm the strategy director from World Division. So I have a concern because the presenter shows the teaching and the learning remedial capacity has been provided. At the end, you describe that there is a challenge because some students or learners are still under the benchmark, 50%. I just want to understand in terms of correlation, do you think the teaching remediation capacity and the learning remedial learning, do they correlate? So when you give capacity to teachers to provide this remedial learning, and yet you support learners along the way, how do they correlate? Because you describe from challenge that some learners are still below the benchmark. So please, what is the issue?
Can I go? All right. Okay.
Thank you. May I ask? Thank you. Thank you, Joseph, for the good presentation. I would have just a few small two questions. One is about, I would like to know more about how you are dealing. You say that one of the challenges is the double shifts. That is not allowing you with enough time to deal with children in the remedial learning process. So how are you dealing with this situation? Second is about the issue of not leaving no one behind. I'm curious to know about how you are ensuring the inclusion in your program. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Do we have one more person? All right. Joseph, after that, you can respond.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you. My question goes to the lesson observations and how that compares to the normal school observations. So are the people who support these teachers using the normal observations that the school conducts, and maybe they compare at one stage, or it is another kind of observation that goes to the remedial lessons? And can't that cause a kind of conflict at one stage in case some data is recorded? And maybe comment on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the questions. I'll start with the first one from Valent on the correlation between the interventions and the outcomes, learning outcomes. And well, the fact that we have some learners not having reached the mark, the benchmark, is correct. But the intervention has been running for close to a year. So it's a process to get there. It's a process to get there. And how are we knowing that there's a bit of impact, a bit of move towards the outcome? We collect data. We have the baseline data, which we collected, but also along the way as the learners move throughout the terms, we are tracking to see what changes are happening. And that is, we get evidence from that to see that, okay, there is some improvement, although it may not be robust or that high, but we are moving towards moving some learners from performing under the set national benchmark of 50% towards now a performance that's above the national set benchmark in both literacy and numeracy. So that's how we are working on that. Maybe I could also mention that we have the implementation research component of the program, which is yet to start to support evidence gathering. That could even informs a possibility of scale up, but also inform maybe policy. So it's one component that is designed as part of the program but yet to be rolled out. Then the other question is on double shifting that my friend here asked. How are we dealing with that? Well, this is a systemic challenge that could be beyond the intervention of a single partner to handle. So what we can do at best is to adapt to see how we can support within the set circumstances or the circumstances that are prevailing. So we are working within the framework of what exists because we cannot change that. It is dictated by what we have in terms of the numbers and the facilities available in schools, so we cannot change that. But even having said that, yes, it limits exposure time, because if you have an intervention that is supporting learners who are struggling, and then they are coming sporadically, you are having to have exposure time with them, maybe this week and maybe after another week. So it doesn't make the intervention, in a way, it could be a research question though, but it has an impact in terms of the effectiveness of the intervention if they are missing or if they are not consistently attending those sessions. Then the other question is on the fact that we said leaving no one behind. Maybe it's a popular catchphrase. We are not saying that at the moment we are 100% sure that with our intervention, nobody is left behind. The reason why you highlighted and said that, yes, one of the challenges we are facing is not everybody, not every learner has been able to be moved to a mark or to a point where is performing above the benchmark. So in a way, it's a process, like I said, I responded to Valence. It's something that requires time to be able to move these learners to a point that you expect them to be. And yeah, that's what I can say there. Then maybe the last question is on lesson observations from Mr. Sande. How is there no friction or is there alignment with what is in the system? Yes, there's alignment. Maybe I can say there's largely alignment, although the remedial intervention we are looking at foundational skills, and we want to be sure that when we are designing these tools, they capture their components which are addressed to seeing how the teacher is addressing these foundational skills that are lagging. So yes, there's a tool that we actually referenced ourselves to the tool observation tool by REP, but it was also adapted to the fact that we are supporting an intervention that is quite different from normal regular teaching. So there has to be components on that tool that should help us to understand how the teacher is applying or is using the remedial strategies to help learners improve the learning. Yeah, I think that's how I could talk about that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Joseph. You can now take your seat.
Thank you very much.
And since we still have Joseph here, if you'll have any questions for him, please walk to him. Feel free to walk to him, interact with him, ask those questions, and he will respond to you. Our next session, we still have a few items on the program. I'm sure you have the program. You've had a look at it. We might have made a few switches here and there, but we have some items that have remained constant on the program. So you can just look at it, refresh your mind. For now, though, we will have a panel discussion, and I will be moderating that conversation. To help me unpack this, I would love to invite forward to start off Benjamin Setaha from Building Tomorrow. He's the program manager. Benjamin, please take a seat. Keep learning. That's what is written on Benjamin's t-shirt. I love it. Yeah. Let's appreciate a round of applause for Benjamin. And then we have Fidel Hagijimana, Rising Academies. He's also head of programs. Thank you, Fidel, for being here with us. We've got Jean Bosco Kwizera from SOS Rwanda. Let's appreciate our national director. We have Dr. Flora Mutezigaju, who's the DDG. We had seen her here earlier. It's good to have her on the panel. And then we have Emmanuel Asimwe from Inspire, Educate, and Empower Rwanda. Thank you, Emmanuel. Well, as this conversation will be going on, if you will be prompted to note down a quote, a question, or a comment, please do so, because at the end of it, we will try and keep it at 40 minutes. You can help me time keep. We'll try and keep it at 40 minutes. If you'll have any questions at the end of the conversation, we will encourage you to ask your questions and comments. So some of the individuals here have already been to the stage while others haven't. What I would love to start off with is a comment from each one of you on the proceedings so far. The presentations that have been made, the speeches that have been made, what we have discussed so far this morning. I'll start off with you, Emmanuel. Just a little bit of a comment, a remark from you, and you could comment on anyone's speech or presentation or anything in general from the proceedings this morning. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much, Jackie. I may say that remedial learning is standing on a solid foundation by the Ministry of Education and the Rwanda Education Board. So as development partners or partners, we are not shaken at all because this is a solid foundation. Thank you.
Beautiful. Yes.
Yeah, thank you so much, Jackie. I would comment, my comment would be much of appreciation as the host organization. We are really privileged that we have the ministry, and the ministry re-emphasized the fact that remedial learning is still key, and we are hoping to achieve more. We have partners present, actively asking questions, so we can't say more. We are really much grateful to hear more from them. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. My comment is, I'm so much convinced that remedial education is a very and effective approach to support runners who are struggling academically. But I also want to say that the remedial running strategy works better when we look at child in a holistic way. I like the approach of SOS, looking the child not only an issue with teacher and runners supporting, but also look the remedial education support in a very wide way, going into the family, see how the runner is doing in the family, address issue in the families, issue around mental health. So I really like the approach of supporting runners who are struggling academically, but using a holistic approach to support. Thank you.
Thank you. Fidel.
Thank you so much. I was talking to my neighbor there where I was sitting, and I was saying I'm now convinced, like TDG said, that we now have solutions in the room and we are in good hands. So we've been not supporting these learners lagging behind. And I feel like now, as we are here to discuss, we leave the room going to put into practice, which means together we can make the difference. So that's what I can comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Together we can make a difference. Benjamin?
Thank you so very much. As a partner that is implementing Remedial in the community, there is something that James talked about. Children need to thrive at home so that they can learn at school. So that caught my attention, and it's my plea to everyone that wherever we are, let us try and ensure that the environment in the communities, in the homes, it's that the basis that the children will be able to learn at school. Thank you.
You know, I love that. And it stood out for me as well. If you create a good environment for the child to thrive at home, they will thrive in school. Dr. Flora, as REB was working with SOS Rwanda and other partners to develop this policy, I want to know if you can just share with us a bit on how the whole process was and the place of family in this. If, you know, as you're preparing a national guide, all stakeholders will be looking at this guide. What is the place of family?
Yeah, thank you so much. I think we all know that 70% of what the learner or the factors that influence learning outcome, they are 7% family and home based and 30% school based. So that is to say that when we really want to improve learning outcome, there's no way that we can leave out family and community support. So as we are developing the national guide, we are going to look into those two aspects because you cannot separate family, home, and school. There's that connection that have to be there. So what I'm trying to say is that in the national guide, we are going to make sure that we have the two aspects working together, and we look into each aspect and make sure that the child is supported at school and at home. Yeah.
Beautiful. Thank you for that. Benjamin, we have an idea of what the other organizations are doing because they had a chance to come here. Let's talk about building tomorrow. How are you building tomorrow? That name is intriguing. Intriguing. I love that name so much. So how are you building tomorrow?
Thank you.
Or Rwanda's tomorrow?
Thank you so very much. So we are the builders. Me, I'm a builder, you're a builder. We are building tomorrow. And more specifically, we are in the education space. And as building tomorrow, in Rwanda, more specifically, we are supporting the government programs, remedial programs in the community, ensuring that children who are not meeting the grade level, who are not meeting the standards, performance, are able to get to their level. So what we do, we are in the community, like I said, and our intervention is very unique. We use fellows or youth in the community. They are taken into the community. They put in place community education team, the community education team at the school level, and that community education team is the one that selects a community education volunteer, and we ensure that this volunteer speaks with the school to know children in the community that are not meeting the standards. And so Building Tomorrow trains the community education volunteer to give supplementary lessons to the student, to the child when he's back into the community. So we try to ensure that children get supplementary lessons in the community.
So that is what is called the community-led
Yes.
remedial intervention.
Yes, we have
Okay.
community learning camps.
All right. From where you stand, you'd say that that is working, because that sometimes people come up with solutions to imagined problems, and then they try to impose their solutions on a community. You seem to be working with them, with the community. How is that turning out? Are you seeing it bear fruit?
Thank you so very much. It works. Where we have worked, it works. And in Rwanda, we are only about 6 months old, and we are very sure it will work. And it calls for collaboration and working together as partners and the community. It will call for a lot of collaboration if we are to have results. And of course, there are challenges. For example, to mention, if I can mention one, we are into literacy and numeracy, but literacy in English. So if we have challenges in English in schools, you can imagine how many challenges we have in English in the community. So that's a very big challenge, but together with the community education volunteers, community education team, we try to ensure we get the best community education volunteers that can have some basic English to be able to support our children. So we have all the support. REB has supported us big time, Minedic and the districts where we work. So we are very sure that it will work depending on experience in other countries like Uganda where we have worked before.
Okay. All right. Fidel, let's come to you. Talk to us about Rising Academies, and then if you can touch on the advancement in technology. What does that mean for remedial learning? How does it transform remedial learning?
Thank you so much. At Rising, we always say that we are rising. And then the approach we have is called the rising faster. So we know that we don't have time, and our learners are lagging behind. So we want them to rise faster. And then we are in literacy and numeracy. So the two solutions or approaches we are using, one is called the faster reading, another one is called the faster math. So we want our learners to catch up faster because we know that they have challenges. So coming back to what you mentioned and how this is working, so we are using structured pedagogy approach where teachers are equipped with teacher guides, learners are equipped with student workbooks, and then these materials are tailored to the skill levels of learners. The classification after diagnostic assessments, maybe just to go back, we are in school. We are doing in-school remedial. So then learners are classified into their skill levels, and then their support along the way, and they are given progressive assessments to make sure that we are tracking how they are moving from one level to another level. So maybe I will give one comment around single and double shift schools. How we've been doing this in single shift schools, because we know they have this remedial slot, and from the new timetable that Reb released in a few days that is being used in this academic year, there are slots that are dedicated to support learners who are really struggling in the afternoon. So in the double shift, so we said we don't have time. That's true. But again, do we leave these learners in double shift schools behind? So we came up with a solution of training teachers on how they can integrate remedial approaches in the normal teaching. So because you won't find maybe remedial time to support learners, but during your normal teaching of math and English, how do you make sure that you are supporting learners who are lagging behind? And again, we make sure that at least those learners are supported. So we are rising, we have rising faster.
No,
So,
Fidel, just
yes,
hold
please.
on before we rise faster. So how do you ensure that a teacher embeds or incorporates remedial learning in their normal learning? If they have a 45-minute lesson, how practical is that? How do they
Yeah.
do it? Explain.
That's a very good question. So, you know, I said diagnostic assessment. So when you go to the doctor, you first you undergo a diagnosis, like they need to know your disease. Then a teacher, before he or she starts teaching, there is assessment. And then you know the levels of your learners in the class. You know that Peter or James, they are struggling on letter identification or letter sounds and basic numeracy. Then as you teach in the class, because we gave you structured pedagogy, like the leveled teacher guides, leveled student workbooks, you know that as you teach, you have those who are slow, you have those who are advanced, because you've done assessment. Then as you give assessment, you know there is that for talented learners in assessment time, for example, formative one, while you're teaching. There's the other one for those who are slow. And then at the end of the day, there is a tracking sheet teachers are using to just record whether in a lesson learners have progressed or mastered it during that lesson. You say the number of students in the class. We also have classes where there are 60 or 50 something children. So we integrated the show me boards, or like the interactive approaches where you can assess quick in the class and know whether learners are getting it or not. You can give them show me boards. Then you say we're going to add, for example, 10 plus 5. And then you say everyone has to write an answer on the board, and then they all show you. So then when you're moving around seeing the answer, because you give them time to show you, then we see, okay, Jackie got it wrong. Then you note it somewhere and say, in assessment I gave in the class, there are 2 or 3 kids who didn't get it, and then you can find some time to support those who are struggling. So it's not easy as of now, and I know Rebi is working hard to make sure that we bring in methodologies to support learners in classes where we have big number of students, and it's a journey, and I believe we make it, because in the community we are working, in the school we are working, and we are all together in a process to make sure that we find solutions for these learners.
You know, that sounds like a very traditional way of doing things. Now let's speak to the modern way of doing things, technologically speaking. How are you going about that?
Yeah, well, we have also
Like AI speaking?
Yeah, we have artificial intelligence.
Yes.
So that's one of the approaches we are using. And we started with upper primary and lower secondary. So we have a math chatbot that is being used by learners. So this chatbot gives learners registered because they use technology. So we provide devices in the schools. And then during this numeracy sessions, because we started with numeracy, a learner will be assessed by a bot, like give you diagnostic assessment on the device, and then a learner will answer the question is given by a bot, and then a bot will immediately classify a learner based on the competence from REB curriculum. What we did, we uploaded the soft copies of teacher guides and student materials on a drive, and then a bot will be checking like exercise in the books and then asking a learner depending on the class. Like you are in a P5, the competencies in the P5, for example, in math, you need to know how to divide, do this. Then there is a classification, and then the support the bot will be giving will be tailored to the materials that you need to be covering. So, and along the way, we have learning journeys from level 1 to level 9. We'll be checking how learners are progressing over time. And these levels are mapped to the REB curriculum as well. Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks for breaking that down for us. Jean Bosco, so as SOS, you support vulnerable children. What challenges do these children face in catching up compared to their peers?
Thank you so much, Jackie. Allow me to share to our members here that SOS start intervening in Rwanda 45 years ago. And we've been working with family, children, and young people for those years. So when we designed this program 4 years ago, it was obviously a remedial learning program. And we have a pilot that we were running from, implemented at the time by UNICEF and the Imbuto Foundation. So we borrowed from the experience of the program that we have, a program that is called the Family Strengthening Program that we have been implementing for almost 20 years now. And we said that if we could work on education aspect, not on the family aspect, so in the early design, we knew that as a hypothesis, and then we went on the field during the initial assessment. We created this outcome, the outcome that we shared, based on the experience that we had. So I'll now go into the practical side because with the probably majority of teachers and educators, and I'm not, I have to disclose. Yesterday at the same time, I was in GS Rushubi in Mwogo sector. It's in a rural area of Bugesera district. So I met this young girl. Her name is Clarice. The father was also present. The father lives in a few meters from the school. He's called Andre. So we discussed with Clarice. Clarice is one of the beneficiaries of this program. And Clarice lost her mother a few years back. She has 4 siblings. And then, but before even the mother passed away, she has been experiencing quite a number of challenges because that was disclosed by the father himself. She has experienced quite a number of challenges because Mr. Andre was abusing alcohol. So when you abuse alcohol, most likely there is a higher chance that there will be conflict in the family. So this has affected Clarice to an extent that by the time she was in primary school 5, she couldn't read nor write. And then there was a decision to make. Her mother, who was very into education, decided that they needed to bring Clarice back to primary 3. And then the father, who was not into that, said, no, we are wasting our time. She should be helping. It's few years to come, she will need to get a husband. Why do we waste all our time and effort for that? So there was that discussion, but then mother engaged the local leader. Of course, that comes with conflict as well. She engaged the school, and then Clarice was taken back to primary 3. So, and then by fate, mother passed away. But then, in that period of hustle and a lot of emotional struggle, the program started in the area. So, because she had repeated the class, she was doing well in the class. So she was not actually qualifying for the remedial learning because when SOS got this school, we just got a list of school from REB, signed list of the poorly performing school in that year, considering the national academic year when we started the project. So we checked those that poorly performed. And then we went in those schools. When we are selecting children qualifying for the remedial learning class, we selected the student who did bad, really bad, below 50 in those poor performing schools. Those were our initial beneficiary. So then when we were doing separately the session of the psychological rehabilitation, we started with a group psychological class, everyone attending, and then our psychologists and health center staff were selecting those specific learners who had difficulties. And that's how Clarice was selected. So to cut the story short, Clarice benefited from all the intervention of SOS. Andre, the good story of Andre, he got remarried. And then the family, the newly founded family, also were a beneficiary of the program. And then there were an intervention in home, and there were also an intervention in the school to Clarice. Combining the two, we were talking with Clarice, a newly changed girl, performing well now in school, and with that simple story, you could see how life can change. And if you look at the investment that was made on this specific family, because on the other side, they talked about the VSRA. The VSRA aspect with a group of these parents, they come together, they save some money, but the most interesting part is not the saving part. The most interesting part is that they check on each other and they support actually to solve conflict with neighbors. And they also encourage those who could step behind. You know, after trainings, people get busy on other things. But when they are in the group, they support on each other. So when you combine all these intervention in home, in school, with the school management committee, with this school district education officers, then you can really make an impact, and you can actually touch the most important part, which is sustainability. Because we says, if we are here in this school for the next 4 years, after 4 years, what are we going to do to ensure that the school continue the program? So we have really saw Clarice's story having an impact on most of the 30 runners that we have. And I'm glad that we have so many partners changing the lives of Clarice and others who are not touched by amazing program that has been discussed there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jean Bosco Clarice, for using Clarice's story to elaborate that. Emmanuel, I would like us to talk about teachers who are an integral part of this. And for the longest time, remedial learning as we knew it meant some extra income for some teachers. If we're talking about, like what Fidel said, you're trying to encourage a teacher to incorporate remedial learning in their everyday teaching, what strategies are you applying or should be applied to make sure that teachers don't see this as extra work for them, but something that is core to them achieving their goals?
Thank you, Jackie. Okay. Thank you. As IEE, it goes as inspire, educate, and empower. So first of all, we look at a teacher, an inspired teacher. Then with the second step, this teacher is taken through, which we may call it training, educated, and then this teacher is fully empowered to deliver lessons on a daily basis. So as you put forward your question, initially, teachers looked at it as being a burden. It's more workload being put on their shoulders. But in the due course, they look at it as something that is really helping so much, because if I may quote this teacher from EP Gakoro, he said that initially I looked at this being so big, I could give a lot of exercises and most of the students could fail. But with this remedial learning program, he has gained the strategies on how to administer remediation and support the kids, which is a very good stand. Here, this very teacher is also an uncertified one. In fact, a big applaud to Rwanda Basic Education Board for having brought this program to train and certify teachers. These teachers who are uncertified, and we have many in our schools, when we train them during weekends, it's an enforcement. As a remedial learning advisor, when I meet the teacher or these teachers at school level, it's an enforcement from what they would have gained from the weekend training for the uncertified teachers. So it's really helping, because we are moving in the direction or directives of Rwanda Basic Education Board, whereby we incorporate before remediation. We have, first of all, our focal teachers. They first of all do what we call assess, because if we say you cannot help John if you don't know John. So first of all, our teachers first administer an assessment, and then that is at the end of each and every unit. The deputy director for Rwanda Basic Education Board said this earlier on. Then these learners are put in two groups, in which we have the remedial group, consolidated, and then extended. In this, much as we have it in class, but more focus is put on the learners in the remedial group. What do I mean here? If Emmanuel is in this remedial group, more focus is put on him because he needs a lot. He should be moved from one point to another. So more focus is put on this very group. More to this, we have what we call foundation learning assistants. they help these focal teachers as they are teaching. They co-teach, they guide the students as the focal teacher is delivering a lesson. So as of they don't see it as a burden. It's in fact helping. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that. Dr. Flora, somebody from another part of Africa could land on this conversation and they would want to learn from you. So what are those lessons that you have learned in this process that you'd love to share with others? The things that for sure you're saying, we fell in this pit and we do not want another African country or somebody who's planning to follow this path to follow in the same pit. What would those be? What would the lessons be that you can share with them?
Well, thank you so much. I think Rwanda is one of the countries that deliberately decided to use remedial education approach as one of the effective approach to tackle the issue of learning crisis and the learning poverty, especially in the foundation grade, because there are so many approaches that really works, but Rwanda decided to use remedial education approach together, of course, with other program. And for now, I must say that remedial education program has really worked very well to improve learning outcome. We have data that shows a big improvement in the learning outcome, whether for runners in the lower grade, but also a student in upper primary, even the secondary. So because of the impact that we saw on the remedial education program, the remedial education program is having, we have actually decided to scale up the remedial education program from the foundation grade all the way to secondary education. So we are now supporting all runners who are struggling in the education sector with the remedial education program. So one of the lessons that I maybe want to share with the public why it's worked. There are two reasons why the remedial education program worked in Rwanda. One was the collaboration with different partners that are involved in the remedial education program. We have so many partners that are working with Rwanda Basic Education Board in this space. So we came together and created or formed the National Remedial Education Coordination Group, where we meet with different partners that are involved in this program. So we discuss, we share experience, we look into the materials that are different partners are using, and we try to have the same materials with a very little difference, but same materials. Materials I'm talking about, teacher training materials, student materials. We make sure that all these materials are very close and they are similar. So, and that also include the national remedial education guideline that we are also improving and working on with the support of the SOAs. So I must say that the coordination and working together and collaboration of different partners that are working in the remedial education program has really been important for Rwanda to make sure that the program is really working. Another lesson that maybe I could share that really make the remedial education program works in Rwanda is remedial education has different approach. As I said earlier, there's in-school remedial education program where you support learners as you teach. And there's after-school remedial education program where you bring runners who are struggling after school, over the weekend, during the holidays to support them. So some countries are using the in-school remedial education program, which is very good and it's really work. Other countries are using after school. They bring a student who are struggling over the weekend, or maybe before school start, or after, 5 p.m., like in the case of Rwanda. But for Rwanda, we say, let's combine the two approach. And I think combining the two approach of remedial education program, the in-school and after-school, has really supported and is making a lot of difference. And I think those two aspects, collaboration with different partners coming together regularly, and the combination of two approach on the remedial program has really been positive and worked well for Rwanda. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you for that. Now, I'd love us to come to that side of the room. If you have a question or a comment, please put up your hand, ask any of the panelists a question. You could have a suggestion or a comment. If it's not, it doesn't have to be a question. If you don't have a question, it's fine. Whatever you have is what we'd love to hear. Can we see a hand go up? There's one hand there. We could receive about five to six interventions. We'll give you room for that. All right, just introduce yourself and ask the question.
Thank you so much. I'm Jack Gashumba, the DDE from Bugesera district. I want to appreciate the debates that we are having here. And I want again to talk about the issues that we are having in different schools in Bugesera. And I'm not alone, because we are together with my colleagues from different districts. I know that the problems or the issues that we are having in Bugesera are in other districts, like Musanze or Gichumbi here. I wanted to ask the question to the DDG rep. I was thinking about other components that we have to tackle on. We know that all of the students who are lagging behind, they face challenges. And these challenges are common. Maybe I can talk about books. We know that the shortage of books that we are having in schools, they are there, and they are not being, no, I will talk about the teacher in class. Having the shortage of the books that will be used by him to make sure that every learner is participating. He pretend or she pretend to go with the students who are performing. Maybe having 50 students, you will see that among half of them are performing, but other half again are still behind. So if we have books, maybe the percentage that we are talking about here, the outcomes of the remedial programs that we are having, maybe could increase a little bit if we have books. So we have this challenge. Number two, we have an overcrowdedness in classrooms. So many people who are sitting before the teacher. We have like 70, 80 students per teacher. Some of the districts. You know, maybe like my district, it is a district where people are pretending to come to Kigali, from Kigali to Bugesera because of maybe the airport and so many infrastructure that are there. They have to come. And those people who are coming from Kigali, they are not in old ages. They are these ones who are younger, who are delivering, who are giving birth to children. Yes. So it becomes a challenge to us. We are not planning for the schools having like maybe some number of students who are sitting behind our teacher. We'll see that they are multiplying. This overcrowdedness, we are not considered as that part in that perspective. Maybe instead of sharing the, or making sure that the classrooms, no, the budget which is allocated to building classrooms, maybe Bujesera and Kigali or other districts, will be having that perspective in mind that there are special districts that need to be taken into accounts. That was number 2. Number 3, it is about electricity. Some of the schools, we don't have electricity, we don't have internet. For them to be having the rights to download maybe books, to download things, and the ICT tools, we don't have them. So how are you planning to overcome these challenges? Yes, we know that a lot have been done, but we still have a journey for every school in Rwanda to make sure that they are helping these children. And lastly, I wanted to remind you that there is a group of people that is ignored, and yet it is important to everyone to help the kids who are not performing. Either the government and partners that we are together here, we have to think about the local leaders. These are village leaders, these are executive secretaries of cells, and those people who are in touch with the people. We know that the people who are not performing, they are coming maybe from these poor families, but they are coming again from the families that are not having role models to the kids. No one has started in the family. No one has maybe reached the primary 6. So they are saying, if you go there, you lose time. You will not get something that is comparative to the items, scholastic materials, things that we have given to you will not compensate these things. So there is no role model in the family. Either maybe in the village, there is no one. So we know that if we train the local leaders, we talk about the people who are dropping out from the school, maybe they can be answerable somehow. If I'm talking about being answerable, not think that they will be taken to RIB or somewhere else. But having in mind that they have their role of protecting these students to drop from the school. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that, Gashumba. That was intense. Beata, we have, go ahead.
Thank you very much. My name is George Gakuba. I work for SOS as Head of Operations and Social Business. Mine is, I will also direct this to the DDG, REB. Mine is about technical working group. I know we have a technical working group that is somehow operational, but I would just need to know some of the strategies that we are really going to have going forward after this meeting to make this working group work effectively, one, and also help us not scatter the resources regarding the remedial learning. Because yes, we are here as the players in that space, but I think we are not doing much, to bring the effort. For example, we don't have a joint action plan, and we are in the same space. We don't know who has this amount of money to cater for what. So I think this technical working group could help and support, make at least a single resource that can support that, but also discuss these challenges, lessons learned, where we can improve and all that. So that is the question I had. regarding the strategies going forward that we are going to take. Thank you very much.
Thank you, George. Somebody else? Okay. It will come.
I don't have a question, but a concern to DG as well. So a colleague here has raised a question around book supply. Yet, so mumenye uburezi iwacu, mureke dusome, all those key initiative provide books. So, Honorable DG, we have a lot of books in our communities provided by those development partners. Can the government of Rwanda through REB do an assessment and understand who holds those books? Because Uburezi Iwashu, we provided books bank, and the same to Somumenye and the Mureke Dusome. All those books are scattered in a community, and I think, and I guess, if we have a good strategy to understand who hosts those books, and even reutilize the Ureziwachu community libraries that are scattered, I think this is the legacy from USAID that we need to leverage and reutilize. So the REB, through the government of Rwanda through REB, I think we need to have a strategy to understand who hosts those books and how can we be able strategically to use those books, then support the Remedial program as well, and the other education, initiative around the country. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Magnus Nhwari. I'm a literacy coordinator. I work for World Vision Rwanda. First of all, I would like to commend the panelists for the good things that are being done to ensure that no child is left behind in education. So I have just two questions. One is addressed to IEE. It is about the Foundation Learning Assistant. So I'm curious to know how they are recruited. Are they volunteers? Are they teachers? So I'm curious to get more information about them. So the second one maybe is addressed to all of us. As I mentioned, all of us were aiming at ensuring that no child is left behind. But all the data I have heard this morning, we have not catered for children with disability. And they are one group of children who are really left behind and who are struggling to meet the expected benchmark. So is there a plan also to make sure that these children with disability are not left behind? Thank you.
Thank you. Are those enough for now? Do you have any more? All right. Oh, Dorothy, you do have, okay. Better, here. Oh, there's another one, all right.
Thank you. It's just a small question and one comment. Just comment is one of the panelists mentioned about that the issue of supporting children requires a holistic interventions. I would comment that all stakeholders or all partners involved, we should not only deal with parents at the level of addressing family issues, but also encouraging the school community partnership. Parents to visit their children at school. This also should be part of their package so that children can be fully supported both at home and at school. Just a small question is about also how are we ensuring that we are not suffocating children with a lot of lessons, because imagine coming from school, you are being supported by teachers, and then we need to also consider the life balance. How are we ensuring that children, they also have time also to interact with their colleagues, to play, which is also contributing to their learning process. Thank you.
That's a good one. How do we make sure we're not suffocating the children? Dorothy's hand was up, yeah.
Thank you very much. Mine is actually not a question, but sort of responding to one of the questions that has been highlighted, the level at which we all within the sector are considering the equity lens while implementing these programs that we are implementing across the board. And that is, how are we considering the different vulnerable groups that are in the communities and in the schools. I'll talk about the details of the remedial learning program that UNICEF is supporting. On the table here, we have only IEE because it was specific to remedial learning, but within that program, we have other partners that are handling other aspects of the child protection and safeguarding, and then the adolescent and mental health and sexual and reproductive health. So these interventions are working together within the school and linking the school and the community. So I'm bringing this integrated program on the table, but responding specifically that we look at the equity lens of identifying the vulnerabilities that go beyond only learning. And within the learning vulnerability, the children with disabilities has been a very big focus that has been supported through the funding that came from FCDO, that there was a specific focus on children with disabilities. So we have worked at identifying those children from communities that were not in school because of their disabilities, the different kinds of disabilities, so to bring them back into school, but also to support them with assistive devices. So in the 5 districts that Joseph mentioned earlier, we've done a thorough assessment of those children. We know where they are. The funding has been less than the need, but we know even those who have not been, we have not been able to support, and we continue to lobby. If we get more funding, we know where the funding should go in terms of assistive devices, because we know the children already. But one good thing that we have also done with that program in responding to children with disabilities is that we recognize in the different levels of impairment, especially with sight and loss of hearing, that the diagnosis requires much more than a teacher can do. And so there has been an interplay with our health colleagues to really work together to make sure that, one, these children are properly diagnosed, and two, that even the assistive devices are calibrated properly to assist them to be able to learn. Because you will not take a child who has a hearing loss and give them any assistive device. That assistive device has to be done to the level of that child's hearing loss so that they can actually benefit from that experience. And that has led us to work with the military hospital to be able to assess and fit those children with assistive devices. So there's a lot that is going on, but also I want to mention that DDG herself has been very keen in supporting children with special needs and working a lot on looking at curriculum material and making sure that teachers are prepared to actually support children with disabilities in the classroom. So the concern that the remedial learning is specific to only learning gaps, I think we allay that concern that we are looking at holistically responding to other vulnerabilities as well. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. Thank you for that. Now let's come back to our panelists. There have been questions and comments. Some of them have been directed to specific officials, but there are others that were general. questions. So any one of you will respond to those. I would like us to start the responses with DDG. She was on demand. All the questions were coming to her. So Dr. Flora will start with you, then we'll hear from the gentleman.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I really want to thank all the people that have asked very good questions. DDE Jacques mentioned the issues, so many issues that we have in education sector, and maybe specifically issues in Bugesera district. But as he said, it's not only in Bugesera district, but these are issues that we have in general in education sector. He's talked about issue around the shortage of textbook and other books, supplementary books. He talked about issue of overcrowding, the classroom people ratio, the issue around electricity, internet, computers. You can go on and on. This issue are real, and we know these are the issues that we have in education sector. But I want to say that students who come in the remedial education program, they're of different aspect, if I can say the word, they use word aspect. So there are so many factors that can contribute to poor learning outcome and therefore the need for remedial education. One factor is around individual differences. You know, there are kids or runners who come for remedial education program because of how they are created, because of how their brain process. They can be having textbook, internet, everything, but yet they are not able to meet grade competence because of how they are. That is individual differences. In the classroom, we have different runners with different running differences. We also have school factors. Those are the things that Didi mentions: lack of textbook, classroom overcrowd, and so many others that are school-based. And of course, we also have family factors and community factors that contribute to poor learning outcome. So when we have these learners in the class, in the remedial learning lesson, we have runners with all those factors. So it is not to say that we don't have those issues and we don't want to address these issues. And in fact, as he said, when you look at the Education Sector Strategic Plan 2024-2025, we want to reach at the level where we have one-on-one textbook people ratio in all the subjects. That is the ESSP target. To make sure that every child has a textbook, because we know the importance of having textbook in the hands of children. There's a plan in the ESSP to have at least classroom people ratio of standard. The standard for classroom people ratio is 46 students in the classroom. So the plan in the ESSP is to have classroom people ratio that is on standard classroom people ratio. So this is to say that there's a plan to make sure that classrooms are not overcrowded, to make sure that we have enough textbook for students, to make sure that we have electricity, we have internet. But that is not to say that we will not have learners who are struggling, because these other factors, they will remain. So in brief, I want to say that we are trying as much as possible to address school-based factors that hinder learning outcome. But we know school-based factors are not only factors that contribute or affect learning outcome. There are so many factors, individual, families, and we have to work together to address all the factors to make sure that students are really learning. On the question raised by George around the remedial learning technical working group, yes, I must say that we have a national remedial learning coordination group. And the coordination group has technical group. So the coordination group is, and we have the terms of reference for the national coordination group and the technical working group. That is to say, we have responsibilities of the national remedial learning coordination group, the responsibility of remedial learning technical working group. Documents are there, but maybe what we can improve on, maybe as an action point or a call to everyone here, is how do we, make sure that the groups that are already here, the document that we have, very good terms of reference and responsibilities that we have in the TOR, we really do what we are supposed to do. And I think from REP side, we think we are going to make sure that we have these documents are being used the way they should be, and we really meet regularly and share experience and insight and lesson around the remedial learning and how we can improve the remedial learning. And I think one step is the national guide. And having a national guide, the decision to have a national guide on remedial learning came out from the coordination group, where we were seeing so many partners coming in and having different materials, different, approach. So we're like, let's have a national guide. I think this national guide is going to be a very important document to guide all of us and probably have a national action plan on the remedial education program. An issue very well, very good question raised by a colleague from World Vision around the textbook. And I agree with him. One hand, we have issue of shortage of textbook, but we also have an issue around the use of the textbook and books that we have. The good thing is today is a National Literacy Day. We are celebrating the National Literacy Day, and September is a National Literacy Month. We have shortage of textbook and books, but even the few that we have, we are not using them the way we should be using them. And I think that is, we need to tackle the two issues with the same emphasis. I really know that, and that is findings from so many different studies that assess the utilization of textbook and books in Rwanda. They are not utilized the way they should be. So I think we really need to look into how do we use this textbook, where these textbook are, and textbook and books, and maybe let's be a call for action and to everyone to see, as much as we want to improve the availability of textbook, and let's also look into how do we use this textbook and books. Maybe the last one is around how do we make sure that we are not suffocating kids and children. Maybe they're supported during school, and then we are putting them again back in the holiday remedial learning or weekend remedial learning. So this has been really, some people have been asking this question, But my point is, it's all depend on how you conduct remedial education. If the remedial education is, you are using approach of remedial education strategy, play-based approach, the multisensory teaching approach, running become fun than, so if we are using remedial education strategy the way they are, I think runners are not going to feel like it's too hard. We are, in a very short, maybe summary, I think it's all depend on how we conduct remedial education. If we make it fun and, appropriate, think runners are not going to feel like it's too much, it's a burden for them. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Jackie, for moderating. I was sitting with the Honorable Permanent Secretary, and then he had, of course, he knew about this national strategy we are putting in place, policy on remedial learning. The number one instinct he shared, and which he said he would even update Honorable Minister, is on the fact that now we have a guide in place, but how can this number of great actors in this important topic we are talking about of remedial learning education come up with a national implementation plan where the action are specific and where we can account ourselves and where we can even allocate our resources efficiently, so that if SOS is doing this in Bugesera, maybe in this specific sector, then if IE comes in, they will be maybe allocated. Of course, JAF does that and everything, but maybe we have a national action plan. And so I believe this is the way, and maybe it's to answer to one of the questions that was asked. Once we have now a guide, which is a roadmap, and this has been drafted in the contribution of everyone in this room, we all agree on what to do and how to do it, then it will be much easier for us to have an annual plan of action where we have at least main action clearly indicated and specific outcome defined on what we really want to achieve. So that's very important. I just wanted also to make a comment on a question that was asked about equity, inclusion, and ensuring that there is no one left behind. We have, at least at the SOS, we have this as our overall principle, and that's why we talked about most of integrated program, ensuring that if we have a beneficiary, we ensure that he get the maximum package we can offer. There are things that we did not talk about. We have a national guide that was developed together with the MINEDIC and the Ministry of Health on oral health. We know how important it is to have oral health in these schools. And this is actually part of the package that these beneficiaries are getting. But also on specific issue of children with disability, we have a program that is funded by European Union. And this is specifically addressing, obviously, always the resources are limited. It doesn't cater for every child in need, as a representative of UNICEF said. But again, we are doing something in this specific area. We are targeting children and young people with disabilities. And as you said, some are not even fit for the schools that we have in this community. So we are going extra mile and finding specific schools, apologies, that are fit for their
situation based on the individual specific case management of that specific child. So there are so many things that are being done. Obviously, we are not aware of so many interventions that are happening, and that has an impact, which could be a call for action for all of us to have intentionality of working together. So that if you got financing, you might end up investing a lot of your resources in doing the assessment, trying to analyze for a full of what works and what does not work. When if you have reached out probably for World Vision, if you have reached out to the UNICEF, they already have the proof of concept, and then you can immediately start with the implementation and use efficiently the resources that you have. So it's like what I would say, let's work together, have an intention of working together, and maybe ensure that we do the right thing at the right time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jean Bosco. Fidel? And then we'll come to you, Emmanuel.
Well, thank you so much for all who contributed. It's really great that people are sharing ideas. I wanted to add something on making sure that learning environment is more fun. There is a program that is going to come and partnership with the ministry and ESA, and it will be AI-powered based learning pilot. So learners of primary 1, primary 2, primary 3 will be learning using tablets, and this will be done in the extracurricular time. It won't be like in normal time of teaching. So they will be learning using the AI-powered tablets, and the numeracy and literacy will be more fun, and we make sure that at least learners are not bored and they are learning both literacy and numeracy in a more fun way. So I wanted to add that, as DDG mentioned, it's not something we've forgot, and we are thinking about that as partners, but also as the government. So to comment on Jacques' question, DDE Bugesera, as part of the Rising Faster program, we understand the issue around books, and the teacher guides and student materials we are providing. It's every teacher will be having a teacher guide, and every learner that we are supporting will be having a student workbook to make sure that at least in the remedial time they are practicing and getting to understand what they are missing. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Fidel.
Thank you so much. Before I dive into what was raised by my friend Magnus, I'd like to supplement on what the DDG has said on the issues raised by our DDE Bugesera. First of all, yes, the resources are scarce, but not so scarce. Let's look at this scenario whereby what even is provided either by the development partners or by Rwanda Education Board is hoarded in our stores at school. Some of the materials given are kept, are not utilized. So that's why mostly you find that people are complaining that the resources are not so much. Yes, they are scarce in a way, but even the little given is not utilized maximally. That's here as I may say, as a development partner, like the books or that were provided by Somomenye or any other development partner in our community libraries, these books are utilized. I may say, like at Janja Community Library in Gachenye, our foundation learning assistants, they are tasked to help the community to utilize these books that were given. Let's say in the evening, or even over the weekends. This is a very good initiative. Then I think Joseph will, if all may help here, but with what my friend Magnus has highlighted about the foundation learning assistants, that are they teachers? How are they recruited? What is their role? Yes, I may not dive in so much or deeper, but foundation learning assistants mostly they are there to support or to support the literacy and numeracy sessions in lower primary. That means we have 3 in each of every school, every of our 155 schools. So the way the recruitment process, I may not go into that, but we normally look at the year prior and the sector education inspectors and DEOs help in the vetting process as well. We look at these boys and girls, young boys and girls who might have completed senior 6 that have these competences, most especially the with the language of with the English language, and we have a number of TTC graduates. It is a voluntary kind of service, though they are just given something stipend to cater for their transportation, and we look normally at within the proximity of the school. We don't say that if someone is from, let's say, this sector to go and support in a very far sector. No, it should be within the proximity of the school. So they help so much. They're helping us really very much. And here I may say a testimony by one of the teachers in at École Primaire Gasiho. This is in the Minazi sector, Gachenye. She said, you've helped us with the foundation learning assistance because our teachers no longer look at remedial teaching as a very big burden to them, because during the lessons, they come in and support. And it also, I may link it with what someone has highlighted before, that we need role models. Yes, these young boys and girls are from this very community. So our young kids, our learners, they look up to them. They say, oh, my brother is here, my cousin is here helping us. Okay, I will also make it. So when they help in the class, they lead what we call read aloud sessions, and it is instilling within our learners, our young learners, confidence and the skills of how books can be handled. And as you know, today a reader, tomorrow a leader. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that. Let's get our takeaways. These are closing remarks from each of the panelists. We'll start with you, Benjamin. We'll get 10 seconds each, and then we can close the panel session, and I will invite Dorothy afterwards to come and make her presentation. Benjamin, let's start with you.
Thank you, Jackie, and thank you, guys. My takeaway is we should involve stakeholders, all from the Mudugudus. I think Jacques mentioned it. So leaders at all levels must see education as part of their role. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Involve all stakeholders. Fidel?
I believe, like Ben mentioned, community has been left behind as well. We are saying learners are left behind, but again, the community was left behind. We should be involving the community in whatever we are doing. So again, I come to Jacques because he did mention great questions and we all need to reflect on them, and it's how we are like giving solution to those ones. So it's a homework. Let's go back and work together to find solutions for those questions specifically.
Thank you, Fidel. Dr. Flora, what do you want us to take home?
Well, 2 things. One is I strongly believe that working together, we will achieve our goal, our shared goal, all here, which is one, to make sure that every child thrive and learn. Yeah.
Thrive and learn. Thank you, Dr. Flora. Jean-Pascal?
Thank you so much. If everything that was said here is forgotten, remember kurumenye means. What does it mean? Kura umenye.
What does it mean? Kura umenye? Let us say it.
Eh? Because we are discussing in English, so maybe there is someone who read this
without understanding what kura umenye means.
Grow, grow and know. Okay, that means grow. It's everyone, so we don't leave anyone behind, and we agree that we can all have a role into that, and we can agree that we have an intention to do so. So let's all work together. We have done much with this specific program. There is still a lot to be done. Just one simple fact. Every year in Rwanda, the baby equivalent to the population of district are born. So the average number is getting closer to 500,000 of Rwandans. And these will need education very soon. So that means we have a lot to do to ensure that our system are strengthened, but also we have to work on the whole ecosystem. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, JB. Emmanuel, last but not least.
Thank you, Jackie. I refer to this very slogan, ngo tujanemo. Let's all get involved. I look at this as being, if we look at the cooking stones, they are three. So we have the government, development partners as one cooking stone. Then we have the school administration. We have teachers as maybe another cooking stone. We have also the community where the school is. So if all these two cooking stones work together collaboratively, they are supporting this pot of ours, this pot of the food, I may say, they are our learners. So for the bicycle to keep on moving, you keep pedaling. So as development partners, we are like a bicycle chain. If you remove one reel, definitely the bicycle won't move. So let's keep this synergy. Let's keep working together. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Emmanuel. We appreciate that. Tujane more, you've heard it from Emmanuel. As we sit inside here, you're either a parent, a teacher, a caregiver, in whichever capacity you all can play a role. So let us do that. You've heard JB use the story of Clarice and the father Andre to show us the outcome of interventions both at home and at school. And you've heard everything that has been said by our panelists. I hope that we've taken notes and we will go back home and reflect. Fidel has said, let us all think about the questions that Jack Gashumba has mentioned. He asked good questions. Let's think about those. Please, let's appreciate our panelists as they take back their seats. Thank you very much. Benjamin, Fidel, DDJ Flora, our National Director, Jean Bosco, and Emmanuel. We appreciate you for your time, your insights, and your wise words. Now, just to make sure that we are awake, I would love us to stand for a second. Just stand where you are before I invite our next speaker. We have others waiting online. They're waiting for their time. They've patiently been waiting. I have not been a good time manager, but I will do my best for the next sessions that we are left with. All right, where are we? There's someone who's not standing. Okay, finally we are all standing. Let's just lift our hands, stretch out a little bit. Yeah, a bit. Turn to the left, turn to the right. A little bit, just to make sure that we are awake. Fitness alert, remedial fitness alert. All right, thank you. Please take your seats and put your hands together for Dorothy as she comes to make her presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jackie, and everyone. I always have the weakness of assuming that everyone in the room knows me, so I rarely introduce myself. But I'll say that by names, I'm Dorothy Anyuangura. I work as the education specialist with UNICEF. And to some of you, I'm not a new face because I'm on my second tour of work in UNICEF. About 12 years ago, I was here. There are those that do not know me. But I'm so happy to be here and happy to learn with everybody. And I feel that after this panel discussion, maybe this presentation becomes irrelevant. But James and team challenged us at UNICEF to say that please come and talk about some supportive measures and trends, generally, but also specifically to remedial learning. So this presentation has that kind of look. I'll be sharing some supportive measures to learning as a whole, but then I'll also dig down into remedial learning specifically. So I will be sharing some of this information, not to say that you don't know or it is so new. It is reiterating the things that we know and we are working around. Oh, I'm supposed to use this. Jackie, you didn't give me the lesson. Okay, so the purpose of the presentation is simply to highlight the supportive measures and how they enhance education delivery through remedial learning, and also to explore some emerging trends that we know about or we've heard about that enhance or shape foundational learning. So supportive measures, when we talk about them, what exactly are we referring to? We are looking at these being foundational strategies and structures that, that create an enabling environment for us to do effective teaching and learning. And there are quite a number of them. I will not go into the details of explaining all, because I'm assuming that maybe at the end of the day, we will get this presentation. But I'll just, skim through and highlight this, this information. So one of the very significant supportive measures that we ought to have in a sector as ours is the policy and system level support. And when we heard the DDG talk, she outlined that kind of measure that is already in place. What government has outlined, what government is doing, where government is going to. That's an environment that is supportive to what we are doing. So highlighting the policies for us here, and generally these are policies that would be looking at equity, looking at inclusion, and ensuring that there's lifelong learning and so forth, and also policies and strategies that are embedded in global goals like the SDG. The other supportive measure is teacher capacity building. Everyone who was seated at the panel here has highlighted the need for us to focus on how is the teacher doing his or her work in the classroom. That is a supportive measure that we ought to focus on. Do we build the capacity of the teacher once? Do we assume that the teacher has adequate capacity to do all the things that we ought to do from the word go? Maybe not. And that's why we have structures like CPDs being encouraged at school level and so forth. That's why we have structures like coaching and mentoring going on at school level to ensure that the capacity of teachers is really looked into. Fidel was talking about technology. We're talking about AI today. That is a supportive measure. How can we integrate this technology and digital support into both teaching and learning? So use of technology platforms for curriculum delivery and curriculum learning. So looking at what technology is appropriate for the teacher to use, but what technology is also there, affordable and appropriate for the children to use to enhance their learning. Community and parental engagement. Like I mentioned, I think the panel finished my presentation. Community engagement has been emphasized, and we have all acknowledged this, that it is indeed important. So looking at strengthening the engagement with the teachers at all times, they are following up even at school and alleviating the concern that are we not pumping the children, are we not overloading them? It is as simple as having a parent who will say, Dorothy, welcome back home from school today. What did you learn? Can you tell me what you learned about today? If you did some maths, what did you learn? How can we use that math at home? You know, so that kind of engagement with the child makes the child realize that actually what I learn at school is not supposed to stop at school. It's supposed to be part of my life. Because if my parent can ask me to tell him or show him or her how I can use that knowledge at home, then the child realizes that there is a benefit in going to school. And that's the kind of support that we need. And of course, data and evidence-driven decision-making is one very important supportive environment. Jackie, you said that you talk a lot. I'm chasing you. I'm chasing you from behind for talking too much. So for emerging trends in education, these are what reflects the shifts and innovations that are shaping the future of education globally. And I've highlighted here just a few areas upon which the trends we see around us are moving. One area is personalized learning approaches. So when we talk about doing a diagnostic assessment, why do we do that? Because we are recognizing that no two children may learn the same way at the same time. No two children may have the same level of challenge related to a certain content area. But we ought to try and meet this child at the level that they are having that gap. So personalized learning approaches to tailor our instruction, be it use of material or even language in explaining to the children. IEE would share with you that some of the teachers after the training, they actually readjust the way they talk to the children, because they've now understood that, you know, having a uniform kind of explanation can make them lose some of the children in the teaching and learning process. So tailor-made instruction is very important. Adapting themselves, the technologies they are using to the learning levels of the children is an area. I was once, recently, actually before the term ended, the third term, I went down to Rusizi to see what is happening in the classrooms, and I was so impressed. This young teacher, having distributed her children and assessed them and put them in groups, she was teaching the same content area. But when it came to giving activities, there was a clear differentiation in the kind of activities that she was giving. I was keen to see what was the logic behind the activities. So I moved from one group to the other, and it was very clear with that, the differentiation of activities, that there were children, they were still practicing the same concept, but their activity was making them practice that concept at the level of their understanding. And those that were in the extended group, that these are the groups that Emmanuel was talking about, the activity was still addressing the same concept, but at a stretch, making them think further. And it was a simple content as passive and active voice. When I saw the 3 different levels of activities that the teacher was using, it really gave me a good level of appreciation of the ability of teachers to actually put in practice what they learn. So that tailor-made instruction was really demonstrated very well. The other trend we see is focus on foundational skills. This is definitely a melody, if I can say. It's a song. I won't say it's a rhetoric because it's the in thing, foundational skills. Since COVID, it was like, boom, it's a realization. We are no longer saying children are performing poorly. We are not being vague anymore. We know exactly why are they not performing well. It's the foundational skills. So when we work with the remedial learning program that focuses on upper primary, we still see it's the same issue. A child in P4, a child in P5 is struggling with foundational learning skills. So that's a really big trend, focusing on that. It's a renewed emphasis, not only for the big do's, the UNESCO's and all around the world, but even to us here, we are all concerned about that. Digital and blended learning models, we are all recognizing this, that it's no longer for only those who can. It's actually something that we all ask, how can we utilize digital support into the learning space? Equity and inclusion. Yes, we are saying that, okay, children are lagging behind, but there are those who are lagging, failing to get the right way to say it, but there are those who are lagging behind those who are lagging, if that makes any sense. That even among the lagging, there are those who are better lagging and those who are worse lagging. So we need to be conscious that we don't leave those who are lagging behind, those who are lagging behind. So the equity and inclusion lens is a very important aspect that, or trend that we must be moving forward. Assessment reform. Gone are the days when we wait for national examination. Today we are asking ourselves, what is the data? What is the learning saying in the classroom? Is the teacher able to see that in this simple end of unit exercise that I have given to the children, 20% of my children answered this question wrongly? Are they able to ask the question, what does that wrong answer tell me as a teacher? And what does it say about my teaching? What does it say about the content that I'm supposed to teach the children? Assessment has gone deeper now, and that's a trend that we are all asking. I recall that the World Bank uses the SABA, is it called SEBA or SABA? Format of analyzing the levels at which countries are in terms of assessment, using assessment in decision making, assessment in instruction and improving the education system. And they aggregate countries at levels of emerging, whether they have a learning assessment system or they latent, or they are striving in those levels. And I think Rwanda should be at the level of striving, because we have our own learning assessment that NESA does on a regular basis, and we are now even undertaking PISA. So we are at a good level of assessment, whereas the trends are different in different kinds of countries. But this specific trend that I'm highlighting here is that assessment that goes down to the classroom. How does the teacher use diagnostic assessment, formative assessment to improve instruction for the sake of that child that is lagging behind? Why remedial learning matters for foundational learning? After having examined the support measures and trends, we ask the question, why remedial learning, why remedial education matters for foundation learning. One of the reasons is that it closes the foundational learning gap. I heard the PS mention that today as one of the first statements he mentioned, that it does close foundational learning gaps, and we can see the reasons as to why it indeed matters. That many children advancing through grades without mastering basic literacy and numeracy, once identified and put under some remedial learning support, it closes that gap, it reduces that gap. It promotes equity and inclusion, because these children are given an opportunity. Vulnerable children are supported, they are targeted with the remedial support, and they are given opportunities to improve their learning and so forth. It improves learning outcomes and efficiency. I need not say much about that, because we have had this demonstrated here with the best practices. And also, one other reason as to why it matters is that it supports us to be able to gauge ourselves both at national and global level in terms of the goals that have been stated or identified. What about these measures for remedial learning specifically? Why do we have to consider them? That they're important because they ensure the system level readiness. DDG was highlighting the things that have been put in place to respond to the learning loss, to the learning crisis, looking at the merger between in-school and after-school. Maybe comfort would have been that, oh, let's do an after-school remedial learning. And that will be like, we wait until the term has ended, then bring the children together, or weekends and so forth. But there's been an analysis of ensuring that the system is responsive to the need. Because I think the discussion has gone to the level of highlighting that why would we wait until the children have failed to be able to support them? We should enhance the abilities of the teachers to identify these issues at school level. And that goes to respond to the issue of, and the teachers looking at this as a burden. I think we have brought it, the discussion has been brought to the level of the teachers highlighting that if my children are going to repeat more than they are promoted, the problem is not entirely the children. The problem is me as well as their teacher. And therefore, they're no longer looking at their opportunity to go for a training as a burden, or their opportunity, them being asked to do an assessment of their children as an extra activity. So there is that appreciation that ensures that the level of the system is ready to actually address this issue. So without that supportive measure, remediation itself risks to be short-term, a quick fix, and unsustainable. But if there is engagement and understanding exactly why this is being done, then it becomes a regular practice. then you know that once you have trained this teacher, even when he's transferred to another school, they will do the same thing because they see that it is important for them to do it. When they are changed to another class, they are doing a different subject. It doesn't have to be English and mathematics, although we are right now focusing on literacy and numeracy. Even when they teach science, they ought to do the same things. Okay, so you see that is a reason why we ought to focus on this. Aligning with global education priorities. Again, I've mentioned that already. So by aligning with these trends, remedial learning becomes part of a broader movement to transform the education system, that we look at it as a practice that needs to happen on a daily basis. When we do this also, we address the root causes of learning gaps. Gone are the days when we just say, oh, we give them some exercises, set another exam, and see that we promote them. That's how one would be looking at the holiday remedial learning that is being done right now. But there has been a critical look at that remedial learning. The content that they go through really addresses the gaps that the children are having. So to make sure that when they actually are promoted, they are going to do better when they move forward. DDG, I would be interested in reading into the results, especially the children who were in the first holiday remedial learning, how they've fared in the year that has passed, and whether they've continued to progress. It would be good to look into that if it were possible, because it would give us a lot of information on what we are doing. So you find that even addressing the roots of or causes of learning helps us to actually look at the differences in the children that have further complications, multiple disadvantages, and try to address those disadvantages. So supportive systems actually ensure that remediation targets the real barriers of learning and not just the symptoms. And that's what we are here for. We want to address the real barriers and not simply the symptoms. Why does Rwanda need remedial learning? I don't think I have to really labor on this. We have all understood and taken action to respond to these issues. Low enrollment in pre-primary, and therefore some children come to P1 when they have not had any school readiness or experience any pre-primary education, and therefore they start school with those who have finished 3 years in pre-primary and the others are running, and for them they are looking around and asking themselves, what did I come to do here? I was okay at home. You know, those kinds of things. So, and the strategy that government is taking on to improve this enrollment, I think the ESSP talks about, is it 59 or I can't recall the figure exactly, the target of improving pre-primary enrollment. We also see that quite a majority of the schools are double shift schools, and that reduces contact time. That calls for something to be done to improve, to increase opportunity for children to learn. Our completion rates have been low for a few years, but I think there's a lot of effort that is being made. I think with the 2022-2023 data, we were looking at low completion rates, that children are taking more than 6 years in primary. So only this 38% would go through in the 6 years and pass. Going into secondary. So that's quite a low kind of performance in terms of completion. And then of course, dropout and repetitions are also issues. Now I've pointed out here P1, P2, P3. These are still foundational levels and calling for us to all the reason for us to address the issue of remedial learning. And then, of course, the teacher quality, skills for adequate teaching. We need to continue to do that on a rolling basis. And of course, the impact of COVID still lingers. Even 5 years after COVID, that impact still lingers around and impacts, shows itself there. I want to finish up on a strong point to say that after looking at those measures and trends, and also highlighting the issues that are within our system, there are kudos, if I can use that word. There are areas that we must give the government of Rwanda a high five, because there are a lot of efforts that have been put in place. One is there's a strong policy commitment and alignment. When we look at the ESSP, when we look at even having a foundational learning strategy, for government to stand and say, the issue is we have gaps. And for us to address those gaps, we must have a strategy. And this strategy is our roadmap to guide us to be able to address this issue. There is government ownership. Ministry of Education, REB, are in the lead to see that remedial learning is happening. They are engaged in the design. They are engaged in the implementation. What more can you ask for from a government, honestly, if this is how the government acts on issues that need to be done? There is equity focus, that on every table that there is a discussion, there is a mention, there is an action required of addressing children with disabilities. Now we can find information in the Education Statistical Yearbook on children with disabilities, on schools that are inclusive. Government has taken on a very strong stance on that to make more schools inclusive. We have grown from 30 to 68, and I think we are going to more schools, that every district has inclusive schools, and every school becomes inclusive. Evidence-based program design. We have seen this happening, data-driven targeting. Learners are identified for remedial support. The SDMS system is helping to be able to say these children are they are recommended to repeat. Before they are told they are repeaters, remedial learning is going to be instituted for them so that they can have an extra support before we can declare them as repeaters. That is data-driven decision making, so that all those who may be at the risk of falling behind are actually identified and caught in time. The proof of concept from pilots. So many pilots are going on, and government is saying, what can we learn from it? Don't do pilots for too long, because we want to learn from it so that we can scale, so that we can reach out. And we have that atmosphere. We have that kind of environment with the Rwanda education system. Use of local and global best practices. I think this is one of the governments that says, oh, okay, it's working. Where has it worked? If it works there, it ought to work in Rwanda as well. So we are going to try it. We are going to contextualize it. And that's something that is really, really very good for us here. The other area is capacity building of teachers and school leaders. There is no way that anything has been talked about and REB has not considered that the teacher as the forerunner, the teacher as the flag bearer in the classroom can be left out. They are always asking, how can we build the capacity of the teachers to do that? And so this is entrenched in the review of the CPD framework to ensure that actually when schools are doing CPDs at school level, excuse me, they are addressing the appropriate issues. A few weeks ago, DDG was, not even a few weeks ago, I think 2 weeks ago, DDG was working on a scheme of work. Why? To look at, to make sure that there is uniformity, that we will not be in a situation where some schools are actually moving very well with the curriculum and others are not. This is the kind of focus on, are the teachers doing the right thing? The capacity of the teacher. So there is intentional orientation, even with the holiday program, even with the weekend program. There is room created to make sure that the teachers who are going to engage know what they are supposed to do in the classroom. It's not a broadcast to say, go ye forth and spread the word. No. There is deliberate effort to say they need an orientation. Whether it's 1 day, 2 days, there is an orientation. There is a guide. And these teachers ought to do the right things when they go forward. Empowered school leadership. We had Emmanuel sharing earlier that they work with the teachers at school level, the directors of study. As they go into the classroom, they are holding these guys to go hand in hand because of sustainability. When IEE is out, there should be a deputy head teacher and the director of studies who can actually support the teachers during classroom instruction time. And of course, early momentum for scale up. When we look at the results that we see today, DDG was earlier talking about over 60% of the children getting promoted during the, after the holiday remedial learning. That is proven reach and impact. After doing it for lower primary, it was decided that let's do for all the classrooms. That is expanding the reach. That is scaling up. And both the PS, I think, and the minister always ask us and say, how is this program only in 155 schools? We need you to expand. We need you to reach more schools. That is the kind of hunger. That's the kind of hunger. I need to say that properly. That's the kind of hunger that there is, that something good should reach all the schools, not just a few schools. The roadmap for expansion, I must say that our government is always ready to give us guidance. Always ready to say, let's sit down, let's map up. Okay, this is where you are. How do we reach to the next neighbor? How do we expand and make sure that all the children in Rwanda actually gain this? And of course, we've talked earlier on about the technical working group, and I'm so glad about what has been mentioned in terms of what is the next action for the technical working group. Can we have a national guide? Can we have an implementation action plan for the technical working group? I think yes. So
Dorothy, just go back to the thank you.
Summarily,
Oh,
I want to stress
man.
this. Just 10 seconds.
Okay.
So for us to focus on remedial learning, really it's a critical intervention that closes gaps, learning gaps, as we have said, and it depends on that support system and alignment to emerging trends, as we have said. But I want to encourage us that by addressing these broader elements of remedial learning programs can be sustained, can be scalable, and become impactful in the work that we are doing. And we will be ensuring that every child reaches their potential in their learning and experiences.
Let us clap for Dorothy Angura. Thank you very much, Dorothy. Now, due to time constraint, we will not allow for questions, but because we will have some lunch time to network, guys, let's use that time. If you have any, Magnus, if you have a burning question, thank you. But in case it comes, you'll find Dorothy, okay? Yeah, Dorothy Angura from UNICEF Rwanda. All right, our next speaker, we have about, and I do hope, I'll keep my fingers crossed that I'll be able to finish this program in the next 25 minutes. And in these 25 minutes, I have about 5 items. God help me. So we have somebody that has been with us since we started the session in the morning, a friend of ours tuned in from Tanzania, who will be making a presentation, a brief one. She's patiently waited. Priska, can you hear me? Priska?
Yes, I can hear you.
You
well.
can. Wonderful.
Yes,
Thank you. Good to hear from you. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Priska Mde from Room to Read, Tanzania. Priska, we're ready to hear from you.
Thank you so very much. It is my pleasure and honor to be sharing our experience here from educators from the other side of the continent. Commend all the effort that has been done with educators, parents, and all friends of education. Good afternoon from Dar es Salaam. Yes, I will start sharing the program that we are doing in Tanzania, the remediation program. Actually, we are piloting it. So this moment and this, I mean, since I joined in the morning, it has been, I can say they were informative sessions for me because I've been taking notes and notes as we are doing a pilot. So learning from people who are doing it has been helpful for me. So thank you for this moment once again. I'll briefly go to what is Room to Read and who are Room to Read for those who don't know us. Just in a minute. Yes. Room to Read is a global non-profit organization which started around 25 years ago. This year we are celebrating our 25th year of operation, and we believe that the world starts with educated children. So we are in the right platform discussing about children, and we envision a world free from illiteracy and gender inequality, where we nurture the foundational learning skills to children. Around the world, we are operating in 24 countries with footprints in Africa, Asia, Southeast Asia. And in Africa, we are in Tanzania, South Africa, Rwanda, and Uganda, just to mention a few, because we have also some program in West Africa as well. In Tanzania particularly, we started in 2012, and we have been in 4 regions. This is for us, I mean, implementing our 2, I mean, programs, which is literacy and gender equality. For the 10 years plus of operating in Tanzania, we are doing the structured pedagogy, where we do full implementation in schools with teachers and learners and all educators from the ward level, district, regional, and I can say ministry level. We have been doing that for 10 years plus. Recently, this year, we have started a new strategy to look around and outside the area that we have been implementing for all those years. And now this year, we have started piloting in non-formal education. That's where our remedial program now chips in the, I mean, structured program. For the situation, I can say in learning, we still struggle with learners, especially I can say in foundational learning, where children in early grade struggle with basic reading and writing, as well as numerous. So this one leads into higher dropouts, I can say. Also, we are having some systemic barriers. In Tanzania, I can say we have large classes. When I say large classes, I mean it. We are having maybe a grade 1. For us, we are going to with grades. We can have a school with grade 1, which is having 500 learners, only grade 1. Leave aside the other grades. So when we say we are having larger classes in Tanzania, in some places, especially town settings, we are having larger classes. So this also leads to, I can say, infrastructure shortage, where there are some all kind of infrastructures. I can say we are having classes which don't meet the level of the learners, the seating arrangement, the books, the teachers. So all these in one way or another tend to set some groups. There are learners who keep up, and we are having a marginalized group, I can say, with learners who cannot catch up with a lot that is going on. So looking at that, Room to Read sit backs and come with we say we want to pilot. And I can say from the previous speaker, says the pilot also is supposed to be not too long, not taking a lot of time, so that we can catch up with what is going on in the sector. So we have and we have designed a 6-month, I can say, in school remediation approach around literacy, for foundational literacy, to make sure that we bridge that gap that is existing, because the school, curriculum is running, but there are those who are lagging behind. Sorry, in better of sweet words, I can still use the lagging behind, because I understand as educator we learn differently, but for this context I will just use that word. Yes, so we go there and design a 6-month remediation approach that will suit as a bridge for the learners to keep up with the normal learning. For us, we believe if a learner mastered the foundational learning, that will be a platform for the learner to understand and grasp all knowledge that comes in upper grades. So that's where our remediation is focusing on. How do we do it? We have started with the baseline. Do the EGRA baseline for the learners in schools where we are doing the pilot, and identify the learners in those grades, in those groups of ORI, oral reading fluency and reading comprehension. After identifying that, now we went further and start now, capacitate teachers. And we are working, I can say, in 2 sets of pilot. We are working with, I can say, the normal school children who are in normal primary school, and we are working with another setup of learners who we call them complementary basic education in Tanzania, the COBET, the one who be above the normal primary school year, but still they lack that chance of, going to a primary school. So that's how we are doing it. So in those 2 sets of teaching, we are having teacher in the COBET centers, because those are affiliated with the government, and we have volunteered teachers. These are the teachers whom will attend the learners, or who are attending the learners who are attending the normal primary schools, but because they are lagging behind, we are having a session of 1 hour per day. From there, after finalizing the school session for that particular day, they can meet and learn for another extra hour, just to keep up with the volunteer teachers and normal teachers who are in school. Yes. And mostly, sorry, I'm told that I'm not audible enough with one colleague in this office. Can someone from the other end confirm? Hello?
Priska, you're audible enough. You are.
Oh, thank you.
Yes. But is that the slide that you
Maybe,
want to
yeah.
have on the screen? Is that the correct slide?
It is the slide before this one.
The one before this one. Okay. Just go back to the other one. All right. Priska, you've got about 3 minutes to finish. Huh? Let me give you 3 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll just go.
If you can just
go
summarize.
as fast as I can.
Thank you.
Yes. And I can say our approach, is focused on from 6 to 10 years, learners. So this can cut across the one who are lagging behind in normal school and those who are attending the COBET centers. The other, I can say what also we do differently is we keep on tracking the assessment of the learners or the progress of the learners. Because after the baseline, we group the learner in small groups where we do a learner specific, or I can say small group specific intervention to support them. So we have been doing normal, I can say, ongoing student tracking to make sure that we track the progress of these learners. So that teachers are capacitated with that, doing end of unit assessment or end of how many weeks assessment to make sure that learners are keeping up with what is intended. I can just go to say what has been our learning so far, which is not far from what has been shared. The remediation session has been like, I can say, a savior to some of the communities because we are also helping learners who are in, I can say, children's homes, where the learners are kept together and taken care in children's home, like orphanage homes. We are supporting them, as well as the COBET centers, as I've said. Most of them are coming from, I can say, poor families, or they are those who don't have, an individual families, but they're kept together in a big family. So it has been helpful without, forgetting that there are some few challenges that we get. Getting some volunteer teacher has not been easy in Tanzania because we all work in, focusing in what will be the remuneration, and rather than just helping. So we are having that issue, and sometimes we are getting a challenge with the caregivers and the parents because of the time that the learners are attending the session. So we are doing some measures in place, like we have employed a PDIA session in almost all the program and all the centers that we are doing. So the caregivers and teachers are looking for local solutions for their local problems. So we keep supporting them on that. Lastly, I can say we are doing this with the mind of scaling it large. And we will start scaling in 2026. Yes, seeing how we can impact more learners, bridge that gap on how we can, and also support the government on the other end. Also, to just say, we are having a policy in place, and I can say the government has been doing a lot on this. Now it's discussing, we have a draft, I can say, or a group that discussing that policy for remediation. So as stakeholders, we are trying to leverage on that so that we can add some components on that to make sure we are not leaving, any child behind when it comes to education. Yes, and I can say lastly, to finalize, to thank for this opportunity. SOS is doing a good job, and all I can say, stakeholders in Rwanda, as you have shared, we are learning a lot from it. And I'm sure, there is more chance for me being learning, or for us as Room to Read, keep learning from other stakeholders who are doing such a thing from the other side. I can say thank you for now, so that I can let others do some other things. Thank you.
You're most welcome, Priska. Thank you very much. Let's appreciate Priska Mde. Thank you. From Room to Read, Tanzania. Our next speaker, as we edge closer to the end, I must say thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. Thank you guys for being patient with us. We started the program late. I apologize for that, but thank you so much for having been patient. Now I would love to invite somebody who's had first-hand experience working on the development of the National Guide, Dr. Jean-Paul Harerimana. The floor is yours. Now, you guys want me to say, appreciate Dr.
Thank you.
You want to use that? Okay. Thank you.
All protocol observed, honorables and guests and invitees. I'm not going to spend much time. I was given only 5 minutes. I was to present for 20 minutes, but I'm going to keep it short because of some other businesses. On behalf of the team which is working on the National Remedial Learning Guide, led by LEP and SOS, we are in progress. I'm not going to go in deep about the rationale behind the National Remedial Learning Guide. I'm just going to tell you how we are developing the guide and what is included in the guide. As simple as that. This initiative is commendable because there has been a lot of interventions without a coordinating effort. We commend SOS together with Rwanda Basic Education for initiating this process because there has been a lot of intervention without coordination. This will bring synergy, coordination, and will also be a guide or give a clear direction to the implementers or people who are intervening in the remedial learning program. It will also be a kind of harmonization of all efforts and initiatives. How are we developing this guide? One approach we are using is evidence-based approach, where we are reading the policies, the national policies, and we are also reading the existing documents which has been done by all the stakeholders who intervened in this area. We received a document done by UNICEF, IEE. We also received what has been done by REP in the projects financed by the World Bank. We also received what has been done by SOS. We received other many documents, including the national policies related to this activity. We are trying to review and establishing the areas of strength and the areas for improvement. And we are also doing this to make sure that there is a guide that is comprehensive, including the guidelines, which will be included to make sure that the remedial learning is streamlined. As I said, we started by consulting or reviewing the existing documents. The next step where we are now on content development. We are now organizing the contents into sections, making sure that the content is inclusive. It's not, we are not going to stop there because we have to invite different partners who have worked in remedial program. If we come to your door, please be flexible to come and share the best practices because we want to include everything and to be inclusive as much as possible. The last item is what will be included majorly in this guide. According to what we have read, the major focus will be on differentiated learning strategies. And then the second will be on out-of-school supports. Okay, we have seen that major or majority of interventions have been focusing on in-school support and forgetting the out-school support. We will focus on that, not forgetting the in-school support. We will also focus on model lessons because teachers, they need guides or they need model lessons and audio-visual materials that are model lessons that will teach them how to deliver a best lesson of remedial learning. And lastly, we'll be working on including the roles of stakeholders. What will be the role of Rwanda Basic Education Board? What will be the role of stakeholders, including parents and other partners who are involved in the process? In short, this is what we are doing, and we are in the process of content development, and we will need your support in the accomplishment of this process. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jean-Paul. Now, a lot has been said throughout the day. We have been requested to create an environment that will help our children thrive both in school and at home. For us to succeed, everyone has to be involved from the Mugudugudu level. You had Benjamin say that. We need to make sure that we don't leave those who are lagging behind, those who are lagging behind. That came from Dr. Dorothy. And then Dr. Flora emphasized the need for collaboration and coordination, also mentioning those as lessons learned by REB. And then REB is doing its best to address school-based factors. We are the builders. So let's build Rwanda's tomorrow. These are just some of the highlights that have come throughout this morning from the different speakers. To help us close the event, I now would love to invite the SOS Rwanda National Director, Jean Bosco, for his remarks. He will in turn invite the DDG for the closing remarks. Please let's appreciate Jean Bosco as he comes up.
Distinguished guests, partner educators and friends, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Time is not in our favor. Maybe I should have done it in a drama format. So I really want to appreciate everyone. But also I want to recognize some people that have been with us. And some of us actually don't know this event is more than just a national sharing platform. It's actually an international sharing platform. So if you are on your gadget, on your computer, know that you are being followed by the following people across the world. Because it's live. It's a live event. Maybe we should have made a disclaimer. So we have people following us from all the way from Germany, have people following us from Denmark, have people following us from Uganda, have people just recent from a presenter from Tanzania. So this is more than just a national sharing platform. It's a platform that we are all learning and we are all sharing and learning from the world. So allow me to appreciate our DDG from REB. She has been with us from morning up to day and actually accepting all the questions, almost half of the question from the participant here present. So please, let's put the hand together and appreciate Dr. Flora's intervention. We have other people that have traveled from the district. The director of education in different partner districts. We have heard from Mr. Gashumba in Bugesera, but there are other representatives of different partner districts. Please also let's put the hand together for them. We have partner schools. We are operating, as we said, in 120 schools. So we have shared this live event with our partner schools. They have joined. The last time I checked, we had 50 people confirmed following this event. So let's appreciate for those who are still online. So I might have forgotten someone following us online. And please, let's also appreciate those persons that I did not mention, but that are following us online, please. So last but not least, we had colleagues who have taken flight for this event from SOS Denmark all the way to here in Kigali. We also appreciate for their presence. So, mindful of the time, I'll just share with you my few key takeaways before I invite our DDG for a closing remarks. I've noted that we all have shared responsibility as stakeholders, which include government, private sector, civil society organization that are here present. We all have a shared responsibility to ensure that if we have a successful program, we advocate for it so that we adopt and ensure we benefit to the maximum. Evidence-based solution that we are shared here. We have listened to the new trend coming, such as artificial intelligence, that will change and impact our learners. And we've discussed about lack of books. Maybe this could be even a solution if you are able to expand the access, because we have now e-library across the globe working perfectly. We can be able to explore this and really bridge that gap, and maybe even relocate the limited books that we have in those districts where we have no electricity and internet, because probably there are other schools that have now e-library in those schools. So we can explore all these possible solutions. Targeted support for most vulnerable. So we have had statements of leaving no one behind. The special category of people, of children, young people with disability. The special category of teen mothers, which is a trend that we have now in our community. So we need to cater to all these categories that can easily be forgotten. Policy integration and joint planning. We've just had our consultant trying to put together all the resources, the good resources that we have, but to benefit for their time and the investment we have given to them, it will require us an extra effort to check if we have provided the maximum input, to check if they have done us, they have worked according to the terms of reference that REB and other partners had provided. So that is going to be our part. And I think considering the energy that was in the room, I'm very sure that will be up to the task. So with those few key takeaway and others, because this was a learning and sharing event, I'm very sure that everyone here in this room have taken note and had resolutions. We have an email that we have used for during the invitation. If you feel there are things that you want to communicate which can be used to really advocate for this issue, feel free to share this with us. It will be included into a final report for this day, and then we can really take appropriate note and ensure that we are taking concrete steps. So I again appreciate everyone to responding for our invitation. We extend this appreciation through DDG to our Ministry of Education, especially our minister who had already confirmed his presence, and then there is an event that came in which was beyond his control, but then delegated appropriately the permanent secretary. Please extend our appreciation on behalf of SOS Rwanda, but also on behalf of our global family of SOS from 137 countries across the globe. Kindly, let's put together and welcome our DDG, Dr. Flora, for a closing remark. Most welcome, Madam.
Thank you so much, National Director and colleague, partners, friends. It's given me a great pleasure to close this running and sharing event on the remedial education. And the discussion that we had today highlight the critical role that remedial learning plays in the education system in Rwanda. And it's remind us our shared responsibilities of leaving no one behind. And I think leaving no one behind is not only a moral obligation, but also a responsibility to everyone to make sure that we are achieving our goal, the Vision 2050 goal of making Rwanda a knowledge-based economy. So I think the discussion that we had today, the experience that you shared, the insight and the evidence that were shared today are going to support us and help us to strengthen the strategies that we already have in place, but also help us to improve the remedial education program as we continue the journey of scaling up this program. So I don't want to really take much of your time. I I want to say that on behalf of the Ministry of Education and Rwanda Basic Education Board, I really want to say thank you so much for your active participation and your ideas and insight that you shared today as we were discussing and learning from each other. So I want to say that we are very committed at Rwanda Basic Education Board and the Ministry of Education in general to support and work together to ensure that we support each and every child. So thank you so much, and this meeting and this learning event is closed. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Flora, for bringing this to a perfect end. I join the National Director in appreciating you for your time and appreciating all of you for being part of this wonderful event. As we said earlier, there's been a lot that has been shared, a lot that has been launched. Let this just be the beginning of the conversation. It should not end here. When we go back home, when we go back to our offices, let us share what happened. We have a YouTube link because it was live online. You can share the link with them so that they can have an experience. They can experience what you experienced. It has been a pleasure being your MC. I look forward to seeing you again and hearing more of these stories. Lunch is long overdue. We will walk out the door and turn left. We have some wonderful ladies that will guide us to the tent where we are going to have our lunch, and we will continue with our networking. Thank you so much. God bless you. Bon appetit.
nyuma ya korona iki kigo byaje kugaragara yuko abana ntago batsindaga cyane ku buryo abarimu ntako batagiraga, ariko imitsindire y'abana bikanga. Biza kurangira twisanze mu bigo bya nyuma na nyuma mu karere, nibwo twaje kubona umushinga witwa SOS, batubwira ko bafitemo ishami ryitwa Kurumenye. Iyo Kurumenye niyo yazijemo iyo gahunda, batugenera inyigisho nzamura bushobozi zizadufasha gufasha abo bana. Ibyo rero byaradufashije cyane ko mu mwaka wakurikiyeho twagize abana bake cyane batsindwa. 2022 ho biza kurangira mu kizamini cya leta nta mwana n'umwe utsinzwe. 2023 na 4 ejo bundi uyu mwaka urangiye ngo twagize amahirwe tugira abana bari hejuru ya 25 babona orientation bakajya muri boarding school. Tugira abana 3.
Inyigisho nzamura bushobozi ni porogaramu yashyizweho yo gufasha abana bafite amanota make ari hasi ya 50. Abarimu babafasha babigisha ku byabananiye, babasobanurira, buri wese avuga ibitamugoye atagira ubwoba ngo baramuseka, bakamusobanurira. Abarimu bamfasha kwiga, niba ari icyo cyongereza nazi ntibacika intege ngo yenda ngo sinzi ibi ngibi ngo kubifata byabagora, bakanyigisha. Nabishimye, n'ababyeyi nagera mu rugo akaba umwanya wo gusubira mu masomo.
Rumwe mu babyeyi bafite umwana ku kigo cy'amashuri angaha baje kuba abo bana badafite amahirwe yo kuba bagira amanota meza ku ishuri. Inama y'ababyeyi iraterana, baduhamagaza kugira ngo tubaze impamvu abarimu bakora uko bashoboye ariko abana bacu ubwenge bukabura. Bati se mu rugo abana mubaha iyihe mirimo ituma ibyo tuba twabahaye niba usubiremo? Ati rero mumenye ko abana banyu batiga neza, nimwe mufite urwo ruhare.
Abarimu barahuguwe uburyo bagomba gufata abana, umwarimu akaba inshuti n'umwana, nyine ku buryo umwana yumva ko yasize ababyeyi mu rugo ariko asanze mwarimu ku ishuri. Ibyo rero bigatuma abana bakunda kwiga, ababyeyi nabo babona ukuntu abana bakunze kwiga bakagira ubushake bwo kumenya ese abana bacu kuki bari kwikanyira ku ishuri cyane, habaye iki. umushinga uradufasha, bahugura ababyeyi, babibutsa inshingano zabo, byaje gufata umurongo mwiza. Ubu rwose Rwagatera iri mu bigo byitwara neza, kuko ugiye no ku rutonde rw'akarere ntabwo hadusanga muri bya bigo bya nyuma nk'aho twabaga.
Byaramfashije cyane kuko niga mu wa gatanu narasibiye ngira amanota 46, baza kwinjira mu iyi gahunda nzamura ubushobozi bayinsizemo, bakazajya abarimu badufasha, nza kugira noneho nza kuzamuka ngira 62.
Abayobozi ku ishuri badutumyeho muri SOS baraduhugura, batuganiza ku bijyanye no kujya mu matsinda yo kwizigama. Dutangira kwizigama ku mafaranga 200, tuyaguje. Iyo twizigamye twe ntabwo amafaranga tuyabika, ahubwo tuyaguza bagenzi bacu bakajya kuyakoresha, ariko banazana n'inyungu za buri kwezi mu itsinda. Nza gufatamo amafaranga 25,000 nguramo inkoko 5 ziri ahangaha, harimo isake imwe n'inkoko ikugazi 4 ziratera. Icyo zengeje izo nkoko, ayo mbizetera amagi nkayagurisha, mbona ibikoresho byo by'umwana kujyana ku ishuri bitangoye, ndetse nkanakuramo n'amafaranga yo kwizigama ntarinze kujya kure bitangoye.
Badusize mu matsinda, ariko bari twebwe twitorera umunsi wo kuza turaterana saa 10. Ngo twaraje turaterana n'abandi, twizigama ibiceri 200. Nza kusabamo n'inguzanyo nimumfasha, baramfasha abantu 20,000. Igena miguramo icyana cy'ingurube cy'igisekuru ndacorora. Ejo bundi umwana agiye avuze ati rero twabajije icya leta, ariko ndi kubona amanota nabonye atarayo kwicara mu rugo. Ubona gurishije ngo bampe 100,000. Tugenda mugura ibisabwa byose, uko umwana amwohereza ku ishuri.
Bagize neza ko dutekerezaho, ndetse batekereza no ku bana bacu. Nk'ababyeyi benshi ntabwo basobanukiwe ibijyanye n'amatsinda, ariko abantu bose mu itsinda ryacu babashije kwiteza imbere, nta mudafite itungo nyine.
Ndashaka gushimira umubyeyi wanjye wampaye umwanya wo kwiga, nkanashimira abarimu badufashije, nshimira n'ababigizemo uruhare ko batazacika intege kuko iyi gahunda ni nziza kandi iradufasha.